Calling this meeting to order. This is our October 4th council meeting. We have a workshop to kick things off. We're starting, right, this is just a workshop, so I don't
Yes.
need to do any of the other.
No.
Agenda. Okay.
Nope.
So this is our impact fee workshop. Again, just to set the stage, this was a part of our council goals this year around our growth management area to try and make sure that we were taking action on impact fees to update them based on the changes in our community. And I know Tom had committed to trying to advance a few this year, though this is a long-term plan to kind of ultimately address impact fees holistically, but it's going to take time, but we have a great start. And I think tonight we're going to be talking about the starting point and some of the recommendations.
Right. Thank you, John.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think it's important that the chairman mentioned growth. I think this is a part of our growth management strategy, if you will. I think it's a piece that's we've had for a long time. I think can and should be improved. And I'm really pleased with the work we've been able to advance. And I'd like to kind of get into those details. Just for background, you may recall I was before you back in June and was asked to provide a so-called plan. At the time, I laid out a number of kind of near-term options and things that we think we can advance and still do this fall. And then, frankly, there's a handful of other things that will probably take over the course of the next year or so as we get plans developed. And please keep in mind, all of these impact fees need to be grounded in really solid backup and documentation. And so, again, some of them are ready to go now. Others are kind of in process and will kind of unfold over the next year or so, I would say. But we certainly shouldn't wait to do it all at once. I think we should advance things and then bring others online as we have it. So tonight, we have quite a crew assembled here. Autumn, Karen, and Angela have all been leaning into this question and have done a lot of work on different fees. And we'd like to use the opportunity to share kind of where we are. We've also had the occasion to check in with Finance Committee as regards the school impact fee. And some of what we'd like to get is share, again, our ideas, which are fairly well advanced, but also get your feedback. There's still some choices to make, frankly. And we've developed, I think, so far, a pretty consistent methodology. And we'd like to stay as consistent with the same general methodology as best we can. So with that, can we get into the slides, Liam? So quickly, just by way of background, Title 30A, actually Section 4354 is the state statute that gives rise to this, that gives us the ability to charge local impact fees. Just very quickly, the statute's simple. It's about a page and a half. There's not much substance there. I think I provided the actual text last time, and I'm pleased to do it again. But essentially, there are 7 different areas that impact fees can be charged for: wastewater collection and treatment, municipal water facilities, solid waste facilities, public safety equipment and facilities, roads and traffic control devices, parks and other open space or recreation areas, and school facilities. So that's, from a statutory point of view, that's kind of our universe. Next slide, please. So there are a number of restrictions that the law also lays out, and it's worth just mentioning them. And I think some of them may not fly in the face of conventional wisdom, but it's important to know that there are certain things we can charge and other things that are just simply off limit. So impact fees are intended to pay for new growth's kind of proportion of impact, if you will. It really can't try to make up for all the ills of the past or deficits that exist. It's really intended to isolate and identify that portion, a portional share of impact, if you will, whatever the item might be. I kind of spoke to the second bullet as well. They're focused only on capital improvements, not maintenance or operations. That's another important distinction. From a practical kind of administrative point of view, we need to segregate and keep these funds separate from our general funds and into special revenue funds because they are limited in terms of their use. Incidentally, the council controls their use. Traditionally, we've done most of that authorization through the budget process, but it's not limited to that. The council can choose to use those funds in any other funds at any point, but I think it does make sense to run it through the budget process, particularly since we're talking capital and there's a well-developed capital plan, and that really is the time where I think it's most appropriate. And lastly, again, from the administrative point of view, we need to be prepared to return fees that have been paid in if they're not used. And that's an area that we've been, frankly, a bit lax on. We've had some fees that have been in place for 30 plus years, and we simply have not amassed enough funds to do the projects that were contemplated. So the law, again, requires us to be prepared and to return fees if not used for the intended purpose.
I have a quick question on that one, Tom, if I may. So how does that work if we haven't raised enough money to spend the fees on something? yet we know we've got a deficit. Why would we have to return fees? It's just there's a time limit on it. You can't hold them for so long.
There is a time limit, yes. Do you recall, Karen?
That doesn't make sense to me, okay? So it seems like you're allowed to collect fees, you have to use them, but if you don't use them, you lose them. And
We would, the scenario that I could envision, we would need to respond to a developer who paid these fees and came and made a claim that either they were not used for the intended purpose or they were not used at all. And I suspect under the scenario whereby we have a project that's well-defined, that we're still saving for, that's a pretty good justification as to why we haven't used them. But again, I think it'd be very rare. I'm not aware, certainly in this community, where anyone's ever requested that, but the law requires us to have a mechanism in place.
and do we report these as part of our financials or all
Yes.
every year? So I don't recall seeing a line item on it.
They're special revenue funds, so you've got to, we can have Norm point them out. But yeah, again, the law requires us to keep them, segregate them and keep them separately, and we report them as such.
So, and I have another question I'm going to hold on, but I
Okay.
just want to just mention it now. So I keep fixing them so we don't forget, but I'm particularly interested in how this would affect developers who participate in a CEA where the CEA is in or a negotiation to put in infrastructure. The CEA was intended to build infrastructure. What we did with the downs, bringing the utilities in and bringing the roads in.
Yeah, we'll get into that in more detail, but just a quick response I would give is that typically those are on-site costs,
Yeah.
whereas these are most often off-site of the project. So in the scenario of the CEA, there were on-site costs that we choose to participate in. So for instance, the existing CEA relationships, they're still paying the full freight of impact fees.
Okay, so there's no offset or there's.
No, I mean, that could be part of the discussion. It wasn't, and it isn't part of the agreement. So they pay all of the existing impact fees and will continue to.
Okay,
Yes.
thank you.
Yep.
Can I ask a question from a financial perspective? How does the impact fees fit in with our fund balance or unassigned fund balance? Does it contribute to that?
It's counted, but from our policy perspective, how we define it, it's not considered. It's restricted, I believe.
Okay.
Yeah, it goes between committed and restricted.
Okay.
Depending on if the state has control over it or if we have some discretion.
Okay.
So it's reported, but for our purposes, in terms of our, 8.3% and 10 and 12, it's not counted in that calculation. So a couple of cautionary notes just to keep in mind, and this has been kind of front of our minds as we're putting this together. Impact fees can't be used to slow growth. That's not their intended purpose. Again, it's really to capture and have development and growth pay its fair share, pay its way. This note is my cautionary note, just in the residential setting, certainly, and probably are examples in the non-residential too. These costs get passed on to the consumer. So in the residential setting, we're effectively increasing the cost of that home. I would expect in most cases, those costs go right to the bottom line. So I know affordability has been and will continue to be a huge challenge for us. Just keep in mind, this isn't helping that situation, arguably. Also, there's the potential for stifling growth. We have for decades enjoyed pretty robust year-over-year growth in the 1.5% range. So I think a lot would have to happen here, and these fees would have to get extremely high for that to actually materialize. But that's just something to keep in mind. And then there's potentially unintended consequences and I think we'll get perhaps some examples in the school impact fee and in others where we differentiate among different residential types, and just want to be mindful of the fact that in doing so, we can favor one over another. And maybe that's good, but I just want to be mindful that there's not unintended consequences of that favoring or disfavoring, I suppose. So quickly, by way of background, we've had fees dating back to 1990. And typically along the Payne Road corridor in particular, and some of those continue through today, frankly. A handful of them will be phased out by virtue of all the work that's happening up there now, and our agreement to partner with the state and with private developers with their investments. But we've, again, have a pretty long, rich history with this. And then over the intervening years, we've added additional fees. In the early 2000s, we added a school impact fee that's currently still in place. And then any number of traffic impact fees have been brought on as well. And we acknowledge that many of them are outdated. The projects are no longer relevant, if you will, or we just think it's time to modernize this whole system. The existing framework is a bit of a hodgepodge, and part of what we want to do, and I think Autumn's going to end with, is to talk about how, as part of this process, is to really clean things up and kind of codify. Chapter 415 has kind of the general provisions and cites kind of the statutory framework that gives us the ability and also the administrative systems for returning funds and such. It also includes the school impact fee in 415. And then you'll see we've created 415A and B for 2 different traffic impact fees, and then other fees are in 410. So long story short, as part of this, we'd like to really just repeal some of that old stuff, clean it up, and put it all under 415. And we'll get into that in some more detail. Next. I'm not going to dwell on this, but the format might look familiar. This is part of the so-called plan I provided in June. And it really was a bit of an organizational piece for us, but I think perhaps helpful for others as well, to indicate what are the existing fees we have. What are they? Where do they reside? Who do they apply to? And also a hint at what are other fees we think we could and we'll be recommending to bring forward in the near and longer term.
I have a
Yes,
question.
please.
Looking at the school impact fee, like single family is 5210,
Mhm.
and then duplex though drops down to 1990, and then you've got I think MF is multifamily, right?
Mhm.
1310, 178. I should know that.
Manufactured homes.
Okay, and then affordable is 2620. That's crazy, but anyway, to me, there shouldn't be any differentiation between single family and any of the others per se. I'd like to see affordable dropped just as an incentive, but I'm just expressing.
Nope, those are choices you can make for sure. I believe the theory there, and we've got a similar idea, but approaching it a bit differently by number of bedrooms as opposed to type.
Well, right. And that would be another way
And there
to
is a
do it.
direct correlation to
Right.
really the type of unit, but more importantly, the number of bedrooms to cost to serve. So I think there's probably some very sound rationale for.
When was the last time these fees were looked at?
I believe since 2002, the school impact fee does have a CPI escalator. So
Okay.
they've grown over time by virtue.
But that's what was originally and.
No, those are existing fees today.
No, but in 2002, the way they were,
Yep.
yeah, that needs to change.
Correct.
Okay,
Tom. So when you say it doesn't apply to commercial users, it does apply to apartments though, right?
Yes, fair enough.
I'm going to ask every time I see commercial.
No, fair
Back to the land use definition of
fair
residential.
enough, as opposed to the assessor's definition of residential. Right, fair point. So let's move through the table unless you want to go into a bit more detail.
So just to clarify, for John, was that question just in relation to the school impact fees, or is it all impact fees or commercial?
But, well, there's a column for commercial. So I was
Yeah.
specifically looking at the school
Yeah.
impact fee.
So for instance, if you go to the next page, Liam, you'll see a number of those other ones do in fact apply to commercial as well. Yeah, I would say in most cases, they apply kind of equally. There's a handful of cases where it's residential only.
so that's why going by bedrooms might be better. Because then if you've got a multi-use building and it's got bedrooms in it,
Mhm.
guess what?
True. Yep.
Now with your traffic impact fees. If I build a house that's not part of a subdivision, do I pay traffic impact fees?
No, it's part of the subdivision.
Oh.
So it's just the subdivision at the subdivision,
Yeah.
It's the developers
so they'll pay it.
and pass them along.
Right, it's usually at the time of a building permit, so it's associated probably with their cost.
if it's in a subdivision.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, roughly speaking, a residential lot in a subdivision pays about $10,000 in various different fees.
Tom, is there a break between impact fee percentages for services versus facilities?
Again, we can't charge for services.
Okay, this is.
No operations or
purely physical
maintenance.
plan.
This is capital investments only.
So when you shared at the beginning, what's qualified, where would things that maybe we identify through the vulnerability assessment fall, where potentially it's more because of climate issues, like
Yeah,
capital improvements that impact.
that might be an example of a statute being a bit antiquated, frankly. Because by my reading of the statute, it really doesn't have very clear authorization for things in that category.
Okay.
It does mention open space, and so I think there might be ways to kind of come at it from another angle. Again, back to the cautionary note, one of my fears as we start to look at how these fees are shaking out, that 10,000 is going to become 20,000 in a hurry.
Mhm.
So there's a point. I just want to be mindful of that.
I think we can address that by, if we had a good capital plan that we felt like we had prioritized investments, we could look at that to say, where do we want the impact fees to be? Because maybe we're overdoing the traffic ones, which we could still do through a CIP, right? Where maybe it would be more beneficial long-term to start raising money now to address, big vulnerability needs that we need to address in the next 10, 20 years. So
Yeah, the horizon makes a difference. For instance, for the school, the model is based on a 30-year bond that we're paying. It's all based on proportional share of the new school. For recreation, you'll hear from Autumn in a moment. I think she's looking over a 10-year period and using capital investments that were identified in the recent plan. So if that 10 years is too short, you could stretch it out to 15 or 20, and all of a sudden those fees can change.
I think one other aspect that we have to think about with the impact fees is, don't forget that the new development coming in, they're paying their impact fee, and then they become taxpayers. So they're paying again into the existing base. There's no way to calculate or to demonstrate, it's not like you can back them out of the tax base, but it's just one of those things to note. Just because they're paying their impact fee up front doesn't mean they don't become a taxpayer and paying toward that base that all the other citizens are paying for.
Some people don't always understand it's one-time fee.
Yeah.
Some people look at it and they think we're charging this like every year.
But for to John's other point about, whether it's in a subdivision or not, if I buy a lot in Scarborough and want to build on that lot as an individual, I'm gonna have to pay all of these too as part of my purchase now.
You're going to pay your school impact fee with your building permit and a recreation impact fee.
Okay.
But your traffic impact fee should have been paid with the subdivision. development.
Or a private road, we
Right.
also capture for impact fees.
Okay.
But the scenario you described is really the exception to the rule. These kind of individual lots being developed. Most of them are through an approved subdivision with a separate developer.
I just know in our rate of growth ordinance, we kind of deliberately allowed for single family homes in places that probably won't be in subdivisions or
Right.
more likely to less be. And I wouldn't want people to not want to live here because they can't build a home because our impact fees are so high. So it's more your cautionary note of being a little bit fair to, the individual who wants to build in Scarborough and there's a lot that they want to buy, but then they go and see, well, I have to pay all of this.
Mm.
So I just want to understand what the impact would be to that individual. And if it's just the school and the recreation, that's not as bad.
At this point, to the extent.
Until I see the new impact fees.
But to the extent we bring some new fee online for open space, that might be also one that applies. So this is something we need to be mindful as we go forward.
So Tom, there's the two broad categories. One are the three schools, parks and rec, and then open space. And then the other ones that are in blue are all just based on trips, right? We get data from MDOT or whatever, or we do a survey or something.
I'm trying to recall, the colors,
Yeah, that's the one we're looking at.
yeah, I guess we just, the colors suggest kind of the grouping of what the type of fee it is. So blue is all the traffic related.
And when was the last time we did this for the whole Schlemiel?
I think we've done it kind of through patchwork over the years. We started with some and have added some. There's been a couple since I've been here, traffic related for the improvements the town undertook actually on Higas Parkway and Route 1 and the Dunstan improvements.
And I'm guessing when we built Wentworth or we were building schools, did we revise them after that? No.
We didn't, no, the fee that's still today was in place before then and it's still today.
So, yeah, I don't want to get too far ahead of ourselves, but I'm assuming, if we're thinking about the investment in consolidated school, we probably got to play catch up for the other schools, right? At the same time. So we're going to be probably combining those numbers.
I think the difference is we actually have a legitimate project and a cost estimate. I think your point's well taken. We probably could have done this back at the time of
I'm not
Wentworth.
proposing it, okay?
Yeah.
I'm just asking the question,
But you'll see what Karen's worked up is based solely on the predicted cost of this new consolidated or unified school. And what I've heard from the district is that beyond that, our other facilities are pretty good. And remember, this also addresses middle school issues. So it's really a system-wide solution. So I think a reasonable target for us.
It would be just good at some point to get an idea of the delta, the size of that delta, whatever,
I think we'll get into some of that.
magnitude.
Yep. And then the last slide, Liam, if you move off here, we'll probably end back here, but this is just kind of, again, what we're proposing is the cleanup, how these will all come forward. They'll be repealing some and putting them all under the umbrella of 415. So with
Thank you for
that,
that, by the way. Just the school impact fee in the second page, it's incredibly hard to follow and understand. So this is very nice to see.
so with that, we'd like to get into the particulars, if you will, of the different fees that we'll be proposing over the next couple of months. So Karen's going to start with the school impact fee.
Sure. So we started with, the first time we ran this, we ran the numbers for just the baseline of the schools, $160 million impact. And then we realized with all the financing, we have the new numbers on what that total cost is. So the numbers that you're looking at are based on $278 million. So the cost of the school plus all the financing. So because the impact fees have to be split up between, what is really can be assigned to new growth. Fortunately, we had the easy way of doing that, which was to say, hey, the school proposal has told us that they're building a school for 1,130 students, and we had 878. So that change is 252, which is assumed to be coming from growth. We also looked at the issue of, are some of those students really coming from the turnover of existing houses? Maybe, probably, but it's very difficult to really assign that. And at the finance committee, it was said, let's go ahead and run with assigning that 100% to growth. So that change is really 22.3% of the cost of that $278 million could theoretically be assigned to growth and could be captured in impact fees. So with that  22.3% is really about $62 million. So then we had to say, well, how are we going to assign that $62 million? And because the bond was 30 years, when we talked with the finance committee, we really did talk about doing it for, let's spread it out over the 30 years. And remember, this impact fee is tied specifically to this school. So it's 278 million divided by 30 years. And we're gonna split that out. We wanted to do it by bedrooms. So we did a real simple calculation. As we said, the existing housing units, households within Scarborough, we took them by their the number by bedroom size, and there's 536 um, bedrooms anticipated in any one year based on growth. 536 new units, or sorry, new bedrooms. Thank you. And then if you do that over 30 years, there's 16,000 bedrooms over 30 years. And so we did the simple calculation of saying, the amount that we need to raise in any one year is $2 million. So we need to split that out by the number of bedrooms. And we looked at the mix of units that we are anticipating. And then we simply divided that back by the 261 units. And lo and behold, we do come up with, for 3 bedrooms, we would need $11,000 per unit to make up that $278 million. And then because we have a fee per bedroom, which is $38.56, we're doing 3 bedrooms, 2 bedrooms, 1 bedrooms. That's how we've forecasted. It's possible that somebody's going to come in with a 4-bedroom house or a 5-bedroom house, and then they would pay that fee based on 4 or 5 bedrooms. But when we were laying this out, we're assuming that the majority of things, the mix of units is probably going to be the 3 bedrooms, 2 bedrooms, and 1 bedrooms. And so, that's a large number. And I looked at it a couple of different ways. I tried saying, what if I went back to the 160 million and just assumed we would increase that fee 4% every year? It looks good in the beginning, but by the end, that fee is pretty big. I think I wound up with about $20,000 in that last year. So anyway, this is all the calculations with respect to how do we expect to recoup $3,800 per bedroom to pay for $62 million worth of improvements. And I did lay out for you the number of students per bedroom and all of that in that next page. So you can see each bedroom creates about 0.11 students. We allocated them by the number of bedrooms. We gave the efficiencies a pass and assigned really the cost to the 1 through 4, looking at 1 through 4 bedrooms. And what you're seeing here is I wanted to backtrack to make sure that if I use these fees, or if I use this calculation, do I then generate the actual enrollment that we have that's associated with that population? And we do. So that's why you see that 2,884 students calculation. So that students per bedroom size does yield us the correct number of students.
So I had a question here, and I don't want to go down into the weeds too deep here, but if I'm a developer and I got to write a check to the town for impact fees, when do I write that? When the residency permit or the
Building
permit.
is issued? So I do that, boom, I'm done. And then we don't literally look at the fees, every year, right? We're looking at them over a period of time, over several years, you mentioned. So the only people that I can think would be happy about impact fees were the folks at Costco and Sam's that are selling mattresses and pillows. I think they're probably the only ones that are, how can we wouldn't be happy with it because we maybe are not keeping pace with what it's really costing us, right? Or is it the builder that's, they're not happy with it because they have to pay it at all. So I don't know what.
Well, I think that the builder I think it's expected because the builder is also selling their home at a premium, right? Because you're a community that provides services and these services have to be paid for. So I think it's an understanding. I don't think it's, oh yeah, I get to pay $10,000 worth of impact fees, but I do think the development community has an understanding of what those fees pay for and that value add for their homes.
So, but it just seems so complicated to me in terms of what is the best way to kind of manage this. It's not like you're, buying a ticket for Herd Park. It's, there's a timing effect and there's also it ages. So it's not really, how long does it last? And where do we track where it gets spent? I probably don't really have any good records on that, I would think either. So.
Do you want to answer his question or because I have a thought?
I think
It's,
I don't think there's a good answer to.
Yeah.
Well, I think the point, like, as you're talking, Don, and as I'm looking at this, like, what I'm thinking is kind of Karen, what you were saying, how $11,000 may be a lot right now, and knowing the time value of money and how if we did that now, we're really charging a lot of, I would say we're overcharging people today if it stays at that $11,000. So that's where, I guess, in my mind, I would think we would want to see if we can start with a lower number and escalate to the point where we do get to the 69 or 66 million, whatever it is. So that way, 10 years from now, the value of a dollar is going to be a lot different than it is today. So I would prefer to see some sort of escalation, because my only concern is that that is a pretty big number. If that's what we start with, I think the people at the end in the 30 years will get a good deal if they're
Yes.
only paying 11,000.
Exactly. But yeah, it was John's suggestion from the finance committee, like what would happen if we eased in?
Yeah.
And so the way I did that was say, all right, well, if the bond rating is, if the interest is 4%, let's just take the base fee with 160 million and escalate that fee 4% each year. Again, it does do well for the, first 10, 15 years, and then it gets to be high.
Would it be there was some correlation also with how we're bonding, like you don't bond a lot at one point, and then it steps up and then it drops off? Is that, brief, slowly, it's not a straight line,
I think we were looking for just like we were looking for some simple ways to split between the types of units. And we wanted to align with the rate of growth ordinance, looking at bedrooms. I would suggest you might want to just stay with, a 4% or something like that. A constant increase each year.
It does occur to me, though, if the starting point of this includes what our expected financing costs are, and those are fixed over the term, so those don't change. So do we also need to be concerning ourselves with keeping up with inflation if those costs are understood and fixed over time?
We've talked about putting that accelerator clause in for all of our impact fees too. So it
I'm
keeps
just
that
wondering whether or
weighted that
not
way
it's
too.
appropriate for us to be accounting for inflation when our costs are known upfront and fixed over term.
Depends if you include what you include in your base. So if you're including all your interest costs in your
Right.
base,
You don't want to accelerate it.
you should account for that. You can still have it start at a lower point and grow.
Sure.
If you don't include your interest costs, then yeah, you can tie your feet to
Yeah.
inflation.
Right. At the end of the day, you want to end up with $278 million.
62.
Sorry, 62, 278 overall, 62 million for the proportion that
Yeah,
goes.
you want the new development to cover, I forget the percentage, 20%,
22%.
22% of your
For costs.
expenditures.
Yeah.
Right.
Right. And I also did take a look at, like, all right, well, what if you, what would this fee be in, 2010, 2020, $2010, and it really would have been $8,000. So it is a big chunk of change. So if I deflate it, it gets down to 8,000, but the fee in 2010 was 3,900.
Mhm.
And if I did the same and took the 2010 fee and inflated it, it gets to $5,500, which is actually about where we are right now. So.
So more just like a process question. So if we went in theory with this as the school impact fee, and 5 years from now, something changes and we want to adjust it, the council would have the authority to do that.
Sure.
But we're still just we would cap ourselves at the 62 million. Like that's what the fee fund would be not to
Right.
exceed that amount. And then,
Right.
so if we needed to raise it or lower it for whatever reason.
It's an ordinance, so yeah, it's
Yeah.
within your control by virtue of that process.
Right.
And
And-
just let me say, as a practical matter, for school impact fees, we've always used them to simply offset debt costs. We've always had more than sufficient debt costs and not enough, it's a portion, let me put it that way. And I would anticipate the same here. Whereas with other ones, we haven't made those investments in all cases, and so we're kind of just saving money to do the project, if you will.
So the impact fee is based on this new project, but what about the existing fees that we're collecting for the schools as a whole? I mean, are we not collecting to maintain the high school? Are we, and that's where, you know, we have this base, but it's based around just a consolidated primary school and the middle school project. But I mean, we obviously have other things that we'll be doing for the schools.
So maintenance is not part of what you can do with an impact fee, because but if you were building onto it, if you were
Right.
making expansion, what you would need to do is calculate that out. Here's the expansion, and you can add that back into the fee.
And our current fee is based on what capital improvement project?
I'll read it to you. It's based on a filing from to Department of Education dated July 26, 2001. That contemplated some sort of capital improvements to the middle school, high school, Wentworth Intermediate School, and primary schools.
Pretty broad.
I hate to admit it publicly, but it's true. If asked to produce, you know, what those projects were and what the costs were, I don't know how I could necessarily. So one of the benefits we have here is we have an actual tangible project. We've got all sorts of documentation to help justify and support. We also have an enrollment study that helps give an insight to new students. And so I think we're really, our methodology is strong in that regard.
And the fee that we're proposing to make 11,000 is based strictly on this project though. And I think the perspective is we actually already have a fee that's covering nothing about this. So I think 11,000 is fine when you think about the fact that that's only for this project.
Can I just clarify something real quick? So we're collecting fees on this, and this is to go towards future capital improvements regarding the schools, right?
So this exercise here is only about the improvement at the K-3, the consolidated school.
And to the extent that this project and the other improvements at the middle school accommodate future need, aka growth, we think it's a justifiable way of doing it.
But none of these fees would actually go towards paying down the debt of this exact school. What we would be talking about is collecting fees that might update the high school, or
No, I think
No,
this is where,
Paying ourselves
you
back.
could choose to do what you wish, but I would propose we continue to use whatever fees we collect to offset debt costs.
okay, now I'm following. Thank you.
That's how we've done it historically. And we've done it, it's actually the monies we bring into the budget through the annual budget process are actually actual monies collected 2 years prior. So we get away from the audit issue. We actually have certainty with respect to how much we can bring in as opposed to an estimate or actuals.
But to Karen's point, just to be clear, like we always could, if there's a new project or a new need, like
Sure.
if the school ever decides they need a pre-K project because it's mandated by the state, the council at the time could contemplate, do we want to adjust the impact fee based on that? But it would all, but still the challenge is you'd have to figure out what's the new growth associated with that. So that's the challenge.
Yeah, on the pre-K, that would be hard since it doesn't exist. So I guess
Well, yeah, because if you have young people moving in and
Undoubtedly, we'll be making major capital investments over the 30 years. I don't know what they are and when they'll be needed, but you can always modify this and include additional costs when you wish.
So I think Karen actually made a great point. I'm not suggesting that we keep the existing fee because I think that it would be too high, but this is really a K-8 strategic project fee. It's not a generic school fee. This is for a specific project and it's going to help us pay that down. In theory, the fee that we have today is continuing to pay off debt at Wentworth and the high school, which, you know, is 3.5, 4 million a year. And it's going to continue for another decade or so. You don't have to sunset that existing fee. I think I would when I'm looking at that number.
The numbers, yeah.
so are you saying we keep it there and just know that it's part of it's paying towards the K-8 solution, but it's
Well,
also
I would
paying
give it
towards-
a title, so
Yeah.
that if you do need to do work to the high school later on, then you have a separate fee for the high school, just like you have different road.
I think what I
impact
hear
fees.
you both saying though, is that we could probably justify keeping the existing fee in
think you
place
could.
and then adding this on top of that.
That one would sunset when your debt is extinguished on the
Right.
the high school in Wentworth.
Yeah, I think we need to go back and do the calculations of exactly how much debt we have and
Yeah, you're right. It's a portion of that debt.
Yeah.
It wouldn't be all of it.
You round down. Well, because I this does feel like my personal opinion with the 22%. We're assuming all new growth is producing those students, which I actually think, as Jean Marie said, there's gonna be turnover. And so, that's what I'm seeing more and more is like less, and I think that's what, the data shows too, is not the new growth that's producing as many students as much as it's the turnover of the existing cul-de-sac neighborhoods from our initial growth strategy. And so 22% feels high to me. And that might be a way to bring this down and keep the other fee. Like, I feel like the number I'm comfortable with, like around 12,000, but it feels like a little inflated based on the assumption that all new enrollment is coming from new growth.
And we did take a crack at separating that out. And we can certainly go back to that. But it's a really hard number to ascertain, because you can probably get close to understanding how many kids are moving in. What I have trouble with is figuring out how many kids moved out.
Yeah.
So, yeah, so what's that net difference?
The other thing we talked about is what's triggering that turnover? Is it because we're creating different types of housing and other opportunities where people will now say, yeah, I can leave my home, and
Mhm.
you know what? Where I'm going is new and I'm not gonna have kids there, but where I'm leaving. Well, so what's the cause?
Yeah.
I think that's the beauty of the bedroom approach, where you account for that to some
Okay.
extent.
Yeah, that's an interesting.
But I can certainly take another look.
Just mindful of time. I'd like to turn this over to Autumn to just talk about her suggested approach for recreation impact fees.
Thank you. So Karen and I worked really closely to make sure that we use the same assumptions, the same rate of growth ordinance, the same bedroom breakout. And the recreation impact fee right now, what we can base that on, what we're proposing is to use the parks improvement plan that was accepted earlier in the year. The parks facilities plan, I've gone through with help from the park staff and identified everything in it and sort of quantified, is it new? Is it an expansion? Is it replacement? And all of those things can be built into your impact fee overall amount. The maintenance items cannot. And so I've come up with an amount of around $11 million. The 11 million is total. And then what we've come up with is we're looking for 2.1 million for 20% of the population. So that's all new growth. So it's interesting how close the math came up to, but it's 20% of new population would be responsible for paying this part of the Parks Master Plan improvement. So the next slide is the exact
The
same.
other point to note is that the assumption here is recovering those funds over a 10-year period. That's a variable that we can talk about and modify.
And the 10 years is basically because that is really the CIP that's behind this master plan, and these improvements are needed.
It's based on population, not students, so it gives it a slightly
Right.
different.
But it's based on that 0.81 persons per bedroom. And so what we end up with is a $405 per bedroom fee. And so it looks at, it's $1,200 for 3 bedrooms, $800 for 2 bedrooms, and so on. What we've been charging for the past, I don't know, 15 to 20 years is roughly about $500 per unit. People pay that when they get their building permit. We don't currently have an ordinance that requires it, but we've collected quite a bit for it. So this is, I think, a really good mechanism to actually put that requirement into place and really makes sense. The Parks Master Plan gave us a good backing for the fee. And doing it per bedroom seems really reasonable. We tried to look at it per unit type, and the bedroom just really made it feel much more equitable across the board. So that's what we have.
If we do this is not considering a community center. though.
This is not considering a community.
This might be
center.
revisited.
Correct.
This way. Okay, thank you.
Right, and this also doesn't have an open space component. So when we complete the open space plan later next year, we could actually come up with an independent open space impact fee if we so chose. Or we could roll it into this and combine it, but it's the same exact, it's project based. The project list is a lot longer. But yes, as you create new projects or new things, you could definitely roll it into it.
One conversation we had, we don't know the answer. We think bedroom is the right approach, but it is possible with large employers, with employees that want to recreate in our town, that there may be some demand put on our facilities by the non-residential part of our tax base and growth. We struggle with the methodology as to how to address that. and attach that.
Portland does it by applying a per 1,000 square foot gross floor area on the commercial.
So this excludes that, and that you could, is commercial,
Commercial is excluded from this proposal. It's just
Simply because the methodology we've chosen for this is bedroom based.
but we could apply this to commercial as well, for new commercial. Correct.
Theoretically, yes.
Do other towns have?
A few do, yes.
Yeah,
yes.
for commercial.
Just really need to think about what we base that fee on and how we assess that impact. You know, if you have a large employer that's going to bring in 1,000 new employees and 50% of those are destined to live in your community, then that's sort of some math that makes sense. But we do have some limitations with the rate of growth ordinance, so all of those might not work. So we'd have to think about it some more.
I mean, I think it makes sense to me doing what you're doing, and that's, revisiting this based upon big events, big facilities, construction. So that makes all kinds of sense. And the way you've approached this makes a lot of sense too. I mean, it seems like you've got good foundation for that. The only thing I'd say is that it still seems like there ought to be a periodic review regardless of the event-based things. So we're not losing track of things, especially given the long delay we've had since we did this last time.
Would that be something we would look at adding in our financial and fiscal policy, or is that to, I guess we review that,
Self-imposed,
a review, like a
Review with it.
5-year review or something?
again,
I would support both. I would
Yeah.
support some kind of annual review, and then also anytime that we're taking on a large capital project, that would also trigger some kind of
Review.
or at the very least, a presentation of the financials of the impact. So that we could say, no, we're gonna try and, make that adjustment.
And the other benefit to this is if you're doing it on a periodic basis, then it's not that much of a chore to kind of, update it. What we're doing here, it's a big chore. You got to get everybody back in the game. You've got a lot of restatements and, to do. So I think there are a lot of good reasons for
I
that.
think Gabriel hit on it. So this is a specific fee for a specific need or project. So it doesn't, this one doesn't need to be updated. But as you continue to plan for the future and you identify other capital needs that are going to be coming up, it makes a lot of sense to understand if they're going to be due to development and if they should be paying a fair share.
Yeah, I mean, the opportunity that we have is the school project being tangible and very specific, and the value of the enrollment study that accompanied it. Also with this new plan for the parks and facilities, very helpful, great kind of clean starting point, very solid justification, and we'll have something similar with open space. So I think in a short order, we're going to have really a clean starting point. So can we just turn to traffic fee, impact fees quickly? This is kind of the first wave, I guess.
Yeah, and I'll try to be brief. It's a little bit of a different animal, and looking at it as really about trips that are generated around town by the new development, new growth. As we talked about before in the spreadsheet, we have a number of them in place. Obviously, there's a lot of work going on, and we're partnering with developers to use that money. As I said earlier, we've been told by DOT that money has to be spent. You can't just sit on it. And to that point is we've been collecting, but not enough to do these big lifts. And so it's aligned in a way now that there's a number of them that we would be looking to clean up, either close up or update. Two of which were, as we mentioned before, we're paying ourselves back. So the Dunstan and Higas Parkway ones, we went ahead and did that work. And so we're still collecting. So what we were showing in the breakdown was actually just kind of cutting and pasting, putting that under the new structure of the chapter 415. It's so looking ahead, we're right now in the middle of a townwide transportation study. Which is going to inform a lot of the areas that we need to direct our attention to. However, because of what we're seeing with development pressures and the growth that's happening in certain areas in terms of trips, again, we're seeing where volumes are changing and growing. The Payne Road corridor itself really is a highlight, and it's something that we know, even without the transportation study completed, that that work needs to happen. Some major capital improvement would have to happen along that corridor as we see growth coming. And so we were talking about actually jumping ahead of that a little bit and maybe start looking at the Payne Road corridor and cleaning that up ahead of waiting for the transportation study to be completed in a whole, holistically, just so that we're not losing some of that development impact fees that we could be collecting now. So that's why I'm going to go over the next slide. It's really the areas that we're seeing right now are, I'll go through the circles first, is the very specific points. If you're heading on the left side is Higas exit 42. And you're following up Payne Road. So Turnpike is on the top of that screen. And then, so starting at exit 42 intersection, the signalized intersection at Ginn Road has been, a design has been completed by a developer who is impacting that intersection. And so for a small development, they were actually triggering some, because of the growth that's happening in that area, it looks ahead at the impacts they would have. So we were able to negotiate in a way that they pay kind of their fair share now, even though I don't have an impact fee in place. We talked to them about getting the design done, an estimate done, and then we can start looking at how we start capturing trips. So everyone pays, say, for a traffic signal, rather than, again, the whole point of the traffic impact fees is so the last person in isn't paying the brunt of everything. And so the next one, circle up, is the Nonsuch River crossing on the Payne Road corridor. And that's where I've heard from a lot of residents talking about how that really throttles down. That does impact the capacity of that roadway. And so that is something also that is technically a DOT portion of the roadway. And so as we go through some of these numbers, that's going to be a project that's going to be extremely expensive to replace the Nonsuch River culverts to more or less a bridge. And so another aspect that we haven't talked about with the other impact fees is how, as we're collecting, in order to maybe not get to the whole number before we do the project, that we can partner with, say, DOT or developers and kind of leverage that money, kind of how we're doing it now, or different grant opportunities when we're talking about resiliency grants and things like that. If I can collect enough to be a good match, it's a huge incentive for the state agencies or federal agencies to partner with us if we can bring that kind of chunk of money to the table. So I see that maybe being more realistic for that project specifically.
Angela, is it realistic to assume that at some point from exit 42, to the main mall, that's Payne Road's going to be 2 lanes in both directions?
Yeah, and that's what we're looking at ahead, is the 4-lane section. Really, the blocks I'm showing are the areas that go back to 2 lanes. And so you can see it goes 4 lanes, then 2 lanes, then 4 lanes, and 2 lanes. And so really, that's really what is going to be needed for the capacity of that roadway. And the final one is at Payne and Gorham Road. Again, as part of the Downs TMP, they are doing some work there, but DOT, looking at their impacts, have said they requested that they actually design some improvements out there for future growth. So again, we will be handed a design and a cost estimate. So all those pieces are helpful for us to start formulating the traffic impact fees, because that's kind of the baseline information that I need to get started with. And that's when the next slide, we kind of go through the methodology. So I'll do that quickly. As we talk about impact fees, we really look at the capacity of the roadways and how the new development needs that capacity. So we really have to model it twice. We model it what's there now and the capacity, and then looking at future growth. And right now, we were just talking with DOT today, and they were looking at Scarborough. I guess I'm fortunate in a way that we do have so much growth that I have a lot of data when it comes to traffic, because everybody is giving us stacks of data for traffic. And actually, one of our developers just did an analysis on our growth rates. And I say growth rates is traffic growth rate. So the traffic and the trips growth, which was at 3%. So for the Payne Road corridor specifically. So we would be looking at, that's how we would go out for the next 10 years to figure out that anticipated volume that's needed. Then you base a design on that. And then you can divide that out through how many trips it would, how much per trip that would cost to actually get up to that number. So it's gonna be a huge number. And I will say, if you look at the existing impact fees on that chart originally, there's some that are just like, instead of, it's like $449 or 1,000, like you can see they're just kind of, I think there was a little bit of a back and forth from my understanding with council at the time to make those maybe reasonable enough. Because if you put that full cost of the project, it's going to be huge numbers per trip. So we kind of have to look at that a little holistically and looking at, are we doing it as a corridor, the Payne Road corridor as one, or are we doing it per project, which makes the ordinance a little more complicated or lengthy for developers to understand, and then also for us to implement, right? So you're triggering this one, and you're triggering 10, because each project has to model how many trips they send through these intersections. So it gets a little complicated. So we were talking internally about whether or not we kind of try to consolidate those in areas. So that's all things that we're still kind of working through. So any feedback would be greatly appreciated.
I'm in my mind's eye here, the thing that is, I've always been asking questions about is that narrow 2-lane bridge on the Payne Road. But the fact now that there are 3 or 4 areas that are going to require expansion. What's going to happen when Costco opens and all these, units get in,
Well,
Did they?
technically, the Downs traffic, including Costco, was part of their traffic movement permit. So those trips were a part of the discussion with DOT to get to, that's why the intersection at, say, the Downs at Holmes and Payne just kind of expanded the way it did is, so technically those trips are already accounted for. And so that's where we would be moving forward. We'd be going beyond that. That would be our baseline, is when Costco's fully open and innovation's fully in the Downs has met all of their TMP. So they're actually creating those trips. That's where we're starting from. I can't go back and
Right.
double count those.
but that's the basis for your estimating capacity and what it's going to
Right.
take, how many lanes you need and all that other stuff, right? I know it's a real science, but I'm just surprised that there are that many more. I thought there was just one big problem area. And I know right now it's we have a flashing yellow arrow, which I don't think I've ever seen anywhere except in Scarborough. So, which is, I think, very unsafe today, the Holmes Road intersection.
So we do need to wrap up. So I don't know, Tom, if you want to get to next step.
Autumn, can you maybe just go to next up, part 2?
So it's part of, there's 2 steps proposed. And I think what we showed you is the school impact fee and the recreation impact fee. We're at a point where we feel we could move this along before the end of the year. And so we're thinking about, we wanted to get some input on that. The traffic impact fees, the 2, especially that we're closer on Payne Road, we were wondering really if you wanted us to, those are probably early 2024. If we wanted to wait on school and recreation and do them all together as one big package, or do the things on part 1, do all the cleanup, put in the school, put in the recreation, then come back again in February timeframe and do the streets. That's really the question and direction we're seeking.
Any preferences?
I think you should move forward with what you have, because you never know what delays may come. I think.
Great.
that's fine.
And then as soon as we talk through, say the ones we have on the forefront for the Payne Road corridor, we'll also have our transportation study done. And so we'll be looking at, so it will be probably a constant coming through and trying to reevaluate these
Yep.
and where the need is.
Yeah, my only recommendation too at some point is like, at the beginning, Tom, as you opened, like impact fees, I feel like are like Goldilocks, right? Where you don't want it to be too little or too much. You want it to be just right. And I'm thinking too of other communities, like that's a big factor in this is the competition, I would think, with other communities. And so knowing what are other communities doing too, so that we can make sure we don't put ourselves in a situation where, you know,
Price ourselves out of the
Yeah,
market.
right.
Yep.
just to know like what the comparisons are from a.
Yeah, Karen started. to
Yeah,
collect it.
I'm about halfway through that. It's a little challenging because not everybody's got a new school going.
Well, yeah, I don't know how you do a apples to apples comparison.
Challenge, but
We could definitely get you a
Yeah.
per building permit
Yeah.
sort of look, right? What you're
Yeah.
paying to pull a building permit.
Yeah.
Kind
The
of build
key
that new
is-
home.
yeah, the key is, when did they start this? Are they
Mhm.
paying off a $10 million project from 20 years ago? So that's the apples to apples
Yeah,
that
I
gets
think that's the
challenging.
hard part, to your point, is like,
Yeah.
this is on our projects. And so, again, but even other communities, there's a big on their projects, so how do we find the apples to apples so that we can say, we think we're in the right spot?
Yeah.
But the consumer probably doesn't care much about the
Exactly.
projects. They just want to know what are the checks I have to write. So I think it's, for frame of reference, it's good to know what's kind of around us.
Yeah.
You might suggest special nighttime hours to Costco, extended nighttime.
Yeah,
hours,
right.
so people-
Right?
And just to clarify too, the per bedroom was an acceptable way to move forward. That's good. Okay.
You guys good?
Look to see this will advance, at least those two in the coming months, probably late November into December.
Good.
Good, thank you.
Any other
Thanks a lot.
questions? Great work. Thank you. Counselor McGee.
I'm sure everyone here is happy with that bedroom methodology. I wanted to chew on it just a little bit because there are impacts to that. If you use that methodology only, does a developer start to consider that in the type of housing units they start to build? And do they start to flood our town with just single units because it's the cheapest way for them to get it through? Like, and is that the appropriate mix? I just want to chew on what the impact when they see their fees. Does it alter their decision making?
I would also put out there to chew on that the 3-bedroom should be the max. Right, so that's what we've used to calculate it. So if you do a 4-bedroom or a 5-bedroom, you should pay the 3-bedroom fee. So that would be a max. That might be something that makes it sit a little better too. Wouldn't escalate it.
All right, thank you, guys. So now back to normal business, so. Okay, today is October 4th. This is our regularly scheduled town council meeting. I'm calling this meeting to order. Will everyone please join me for the pledge of allegiance? I pledge allegiance
To the flag of the United States of America, and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Item number 3 is roll call.
Counselor Scyther here, Counselor Clucci,
Here.
Counselor Shupe. Here. Counselor Katerina,
Here.
Counselor Hamel,
Here,
Counselor McGee,
Here.
Chairman Anderson.
Here. Next is order number 23-108, act on the request for an executive session pursuant to Title I MRSA regarding a personnel matter relating to the town manager's employment agreement. Can I get a motion?
So moved.
Second.
All those in favor? All right, it's unanimous. So we will try and be back around 7 o'clock for those that are here right now. All right. All right, we're coming back. So item number 4 is general public comments. Is there anybody online or in person who would like to comment on something not on the agenda? If you could state your name and address for the record, and you have 3 minutes.
Hi, Nina McKee, 309 Black Point Road. I'll be very quick. The bad news is that the traffic can be pretty horrific between 3:30 and 5:30. But the good news is that the traffic lights have changed and it's fabulous. And I really, every time I'm in line, I think, thank God. So whoever is responsible, I just want to say that it has made all the difference and it's wonderful. So thank you very much.
Thank you.
Richard Hayes, 21 Martin Avenue. Several months ago, I expressed a concern at a council live meeting. And that concern was about Mr. Hall and his ownership of property in the Downs. It was said and kind of left that evening. At the next council meeting, I had a one-on-one meeting with Chairman Anderson, and again expressed my concern. At his suggestion, I asked and received a meeting one-on-one with Mr. Hall. That was on May 2nd. Very nice, cordial. Mr. Hall disagreed with my statement. He told me that he owned 3 properties in town and that he also lived here. I'll jump ahead a second because I didn't know it at the time, but he also said in that meeting that he lived in the town, unlike most of his counterparts who didn't, but he chose to live in town and be a resident. I have since learned, after obtaining a copy of his contract from Liam after last council meeting, that his contract requires him to live in town. So I don't know why he made a point to tell me that he chose to live here. Further, we had a nice meeting, agreed to disagree, and we parted ways. I've had another conversation later on, I believe, with Chairman Anderson, expressing my concern again. I also talked with Councilor Seither. She told me she believed that there was a legal opinion obtained. She said she would find out for me, and not to embarrass her, but she never did that. So then I requested a copy of the contract, and as I say, I have it now. I learned then that there's a conflict of interest clause in Mr. Hall's contract. And,
Mr. Hayes, I'm going to ask if you could please wrap up in the next 20 seconds.
okay. I have a concern because that clause is in there. It requires to break it, it requires council approval. I've been told by Councilor Seither, she thinks that Mr. Hall made a public comment. Mr. Anderson has said he knows Mr. Hall made a public comment. I asked if there was a vote. I was told that no one believed it was a conflict of interest. I suggest if you don't read the clause in this contract, it is definitely a conflict of interest for ownership in a business that he has town dealings with. So as I expressed to Councilor Anderson in my last conversation, there's something that doesn't smell right. If the council approved it, there should be a record of it. Councilor Seither and yourself have told me that you looked for the night of the conversation or the declaration was made. No one can find it. It calls for prior council approval.
Mr. Hayes, I'm going to ask that you wrap up, please. Thank you. All right, any other comments for items not on the agenda? No? All right. Moving on to item number 5, minutes from the September 20th, 2023 Town Council meeting. Can I get a motion?
So moved.
Second?
Any discussion? No? All those in favor? It's unanimous. All right, next up is item number 6, adjustments to the agenda. I don't have any adjustments to the agenda. Next is item 7, items to be signed, treasurer's warrants. I've signed those before our workshop. Item number 8 is the town manager report. Tom?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I feel like I need to address comments just directed toward the council and myself. It's unfortunate to have it come out in these terms. Point of fact, I insisted on that conflict language in my contract. It has remained unchanged since 5 successive contracts. And I insisted on that because my livelihood is, my integrity is my livelihood. I believe very strongly in that. And I honestly, to this day, don't believe I've certainly violated that. There's no absolute disclosure requirement. At the time, I did disclose and have conversations with council leadership. Beyond that, I don't view any of those as business ventures per se. Certainly they weren't in the first instance. So it's just unfortunate to air these matters in this setting. In fact, this subject was the subject of the council's discussion in executive session. And I was able to witness that conversation. And it remains to be seen how it gets resolved in an updated contract. But again, my position is I insist on that language. And I have nothing to hide. There's been the suggestion of impropriety or nefarious acts is offensive, frankly, and hurtful. So let's get on to my Manager's report. School building expansion, continue to be very actively involved. Councilor Clucci and I had the occasion to meet with the engineer assisting the project and one of the kind of key landowners exploring options for different access points. And that initial conversation I will characterize as fruitful. And in fact, I have a follow-up with that landowner tomorrow. He was going to give some thought to it, so I'm interested to hear and I'll report what the results of that conversation may be. We've also sent out notifications to, and Kristen helped me, 250 residents for Sawyer Road. More than 200 at any rate.
Approximately, yes.
Anyone that lives on Sawyer or accesses their home off Sawyer, we expected would be highly interested parties to the extent that Sawyer Road may be used as one of those access points. So there is a neighborhood meeting, I'll call it. It's certainly open to the general public as well. That will be held next week, October 10th at 7 p.m. at the classroom at the Public Safety Building. I expect because of the personal invites, it'll be fairly well attended. And then staff is working, as council certainly involved in moving through the series of obligations under the purchase option agreement. A number of them are on your agenda, and we're moving through and trying to meet the requirements that we've agreed to in that agreement, essentially to have a number of actions taken care of by the end of October. And I think we're showing reasonable best efforts in doing so. Eastern Trail Close the Gap. That continues to be a point of great interest. I believe we've had a breakthrough with CSX. CSX is the owner operator of the rail line, successor to Pan Am. They've been surprisingly responsive and somewhat creative. So I'm very pleased with the late communications with them. I think we're going to find a way past that. And really, we need that so we can reapply to Army Corps and DEP just to refresh our permits. We need to demonstrate right title and interest along the trail section, and that's the final holdup at this point. So perhaps in 2 weeks, I'll have even better news. With regard to construction projects, we've wrapped up Mitchell Hill. There may be some follow-up items through the fall and into the spring with landscaping and vegetation and such, but for all intents and purposes, that project is complete. Spurwink Road is very active right now, making very good progress, and I believe they're going to have that project done in time for final paving this year. That's certainly the plan. And then, as Councilor Hamel can attest, East Grand Avenue, I believe the milling of the pavement has occurred. It appeared by my observation today that they've done at least a skim coat so that the surface is smooth, and that will be obviously followed up by a final coat of pavement. It's the town's responsibility to reapply paint and striping, and in that area that's of particular interest because there's a fair deal of on-street parking in that area. I've tasked staff to take a look from a safety point of view to make sure that the spaces that historically have been lined in place meet all of the basic standards, if you will, from a safety point of view and sight distance. So what we put back in place was likely to be slightly different than what has been there historically.
My neighbors are very happy.
Good, good, good. The Ad Hoc Community Center, that group continues to meet. I believe they met twice now. I think we have 2 counselors that are actively involved. I've been asked to attend the next meeting. I believe it's next Thursday, so the 12th at any rate. So apparently a number of questions came up, and I was talking to Todd, and I certainly, it's an open invitation or offer for me to attend. So to the extent I can, I'll help clear up and provide some historical context and background as well. So I'll be pleased to be part of that. With regard to Avenue 2, again, a matter Councilor Hamel, in fact, before he was a counselor, he was involved with this and continues to be watching it very closely. I did organize a meeting with immediate butters, Mr. Gendron and representatives from the Gables Condominium Association. At that point, we did learn, I think we reported this perhaps at our last meeting, Mr. Gendron appears to have interest in securing permits to relocate what I call the southerly end of the path, which is something that our agreement didn't really contemplate in terms of specific detail. And that is likely to be a challenge for him from a state permitting point of view, but but also from abutters, and I think the town will have be actively involved in that permit process as well. So stay tuned that we're monitoring as close as we can. We have good contact with DEP, and so I have the utmost confidence that we'll be aware when application for the permit is made. And ideally, it will be a public process that we can take part of.
Yeah, I wanted to comment here and thank Tom and Angela Blanchett in particular for bird dogging this thing. We're kind of chasing one of the parties, one of the abutters, in this agreement that was reached with the town about 5 years ago with the discontinuance of Avenue 2, and there were twin perpetual easements and right-of-way commitments, for each of the abutters that they're committed to. They're not required, but they have the right to make changes to at least a part of the path and to relocate it. So I'm very pleased with the staff's response. And I also wanted everyone to know that we have engaged our local representatives who are responsible for our state representatives who cover Pine Point and this area in particular. Stacy Brenner and Sophie Warren have been very helpful in reaching out to DOT in what we appear to be an attempt by one of the abutters to seek a permit by rule that does not have any public. It's an expedited process and there is no requirement for any public input or hearing. So we are trying to make sure that does not happen.
Thank you for that additional information. I want to add two updates I didn't have on my printed report. I did attend a meeting regarding the Scarborough River Dredge project that will happen this fall. They have selected a contractor. They're from Wisconsin, believe it or not. It's strange to have a dredge contractor from the upper Midwest, but nonetheless, they actually have the Wells contract and they're doing work elsewhere in the Eastern Seaboard. So they appear to have all the experience. So I met there with the project team from Army Corps of Engineers and of course, the contractor as well. They will be removing about 100,000 cubic yards of material from the channel. That starts all the way out at the mouth of the river, if you will, way out by the Prouts Neck Yacht Club and continues all the way up to and including the mooring area that's just off the commercial pier. All of those dredge spoils will be deposited on Western Beach as part of a beneficial reuse beach nourishment project for reestablishing habitat for endangered species. And this is something we've done 2 times very successfully. So very pleased to be part of that. They'll be starting in mid-November, mobilizing their equipment. They'll be staging some of it on just a corner of the parking lot at the co-op, and then more active over at Ferry Beach in that public area. Again, given the time of year, we don't expect there'll be any conflict with the public. And they do expect to be running 24 hours when they get up and fully mobilized and hope to finish by mid-January. So weather permitting and repairs, if you will, but they seem quite confident they get it by the new year.
I just want to make a comment on them being out of Wisconsin. Don't forget, you've got Lakes Michigan and
Fair enough.
Superior and Wisconsin,
Fair
so
enough.
I'm sure they have plenty of experience.
Fair enough. And lastly, and perhaps I'll have Liam Gallagher to speak to this, but I have been aware and talking to my colleagues, and perhaps you've seen it in the press, there seems to be kind of persistent disruptions through remote meetings and kind of the convenience that enables participants to really make a mockery and be terribly disruptive. So we thankfully have sidestepped and avoided that, but I think our days are limited probably for that. So we do have protocols that we're prepared to move forward with. We've decided not to do that for tonight, but I don't know if Liam, you could just speak to it. We don't think that they're terribly onerous, and given the situation, we think they're probably appropriate.
Yeah, I think it's just an additional layer of registration, looking to obtain some additional information to verify that people who are wishing to participate in our meetings remotely are indeed have some interest. We sort of have a profile of what these actors have done in other communities, and so it's just a way to hedge against having that same experience here. So prepared to roll it out in the event we need to, but so far we've been on a positive track.
Yeah, and just a follow-up question to that, like what you're proposing is what other communities are already doing, right? Like we're not doing anything different that other communities don't already have in place.
I don't think there's been a foolproof measure, but this is modeled after what another community has done with some level of success. Yeah.
And this, by no way or means intends to limit public input, certainly legitimate public input. That's not what this is about. It's really to make sure that the business of the town can be conducted in a appropriate manner. So, again, we're ready to implement that if we think it's necessary. So with that, that's my report, available for questions.
Any questions for Tom? No?
Well, the final piece, and I guess I'll kind of a pause there. I was asked to provide an update on town council goals. So in your packet, there's two things. One is a written update, and just by way of background, council passed these, I believe, in late January, early February is my recollection. I provided the first update March 1st, and then again June 21st, and here we are October 4th. So the written document provides kind of the chronology, separated it by different color, just so you can follow along. The PowerPoint here is, forgive me, it's a bit rudimentary and a bit choppy, but it's a little easier to follow through. So, so the council did pass 7 goals in total. The first goal is financial management. I should mention, many of these goals have subparts to them, and so true to form, financial management has at least 3. The first one really had to do with budget goals and priorities, and there's no current update because we really reported those out definitively at the June report out. The second subpart of financial management deals with quarterly updates, and in fact tonight the finance director is here. We'll be providing an update unaudited for end of fiscal year 23. That's period ending June 30th, 23. And then also a quick little sneak peek at first quarter of 24. And I think we've remained pretty consistent throughout this year to do this at least on a quarterly basis. Finally, in the area of financial management, it has to do with a detailed review of the financial and fiscal policy. That is still something that's underway, if you will. I've really prioritized Norm to look, first and foremost, get the audit that was long overdue out of the way. And you'll hear from him tonight. He's working, making great gains on the current year audit as well. And sadly, the review of this, or at least his kind of report out, has been delayed as a result of that. But we're certainly still committed to looking at that. I'm anxious to get his input just from an outsider's perspective, if you will. Next slide. The next goal deals with housing choice and homelessness. There's a lot of words here, so forgive me. But long story short, the council approved a new position. We call it a social service coordinator in the budget. We were able to hire that person fairly early in this calendar year, excuse me, this fiscal year. That person is providing assistance to the existing coordinator, or the manager, I should say, and also dealing with all of our general assistance programs. And everything's going very well in that regard. We also have created a really good relationship with something called Milestone Home Team. This, in the initial months, has been funded in part with the CDBG funding that we've secured, but we have hopes and intent to actually transfer over to using some of the opioid settlement monies to help support this. And essentially, this is a set of trained professionals, even with medical training, that will be making contact with folks that are homeless in our community on a somewhat frequent basis, providing on-site services, including medical assessments. So we're really excited about this relationship, and I think we'll be looking at signing at least a 1-year contract and see how that goes. I know other communities are similarly interested in a similar approach.
Tom, for this one, do those CCBG funds also help do some of the things that I remember in one of, I think there were 2 applications, or maybe it was just one, where we were going to use some of those funds to study a little bit more what our specific issues were and how we can use that to inform other actions? Is that in scope for this and just hasn't started yet, or is that something?
It's in process.
Okay.
And so I can provide a more detailed update, but I believe that's in process, and
Okay.
we'll have the results of kind of those recommendations, where we might be able to make some investments and make a difference.
Okay.
The second one under housing choice and homelessness, deals with the establishing a baseline and setting goals to achieve and maintain a target of a percentage of affordable housing and workforce housing. I can tell you the Housing Alliance continues to talk about this. I don't know that they've set a baseline per se, but they're actively in conversation and thinking and talking about this every time they convene. And lastly, residential growth management. Excuse me, I shouldn't say that. The third goal is residential growth management. The council adopted a brand new rate of growth ordinance in June, so I don't know if there's anything else to report. Similarly, there's also a reference to updating our zoning ordinance to ensure compliance with LD 2003. Council did that back in July. And the final one under this. Oh, impact fees. In fact, we had a workshop this evening and a discussion back in June. And we're on target to advance these in the next, certainly before the end of the calendar year, at least some of them. The fourth update, fourth goal, I should say, strategic capital and facilities planning. The first sub-bullet deals with partnering with the Board of Education in pursuit of their system-wide facility needs. I think that's certainly been a matter that's dominated the council's agenda for this entire year, I think. And in fact, this council's permitted the question to go before the voters in November. For our part, we've also developed a debt model or kind of a tax impact forecasting tool as part of the information for ourselves and for voters, so they can appreciate and understand the likely impact of such an investment. Secondary bullet under that goal deals with setting up the ad hoc community center advisory committee. Council's done that. As I mentioned earlier in my report, they've convened and are well on their way. There is potentially a question that will come forward either through liaisons or formally from the committee to maybe extend some of the directives in terms of timeline. But I think they're just wading into the heavy work now. Perhaps in a couple of months, they'll have a better sense of whether those targets are reasonable. And the last piece under that goal says pursue land acquisition for municipal and school purposes. The council's done that by virtue of the purchase option agreement that is moving through, has been approved, but some of the obligations are being addressed on this agenda, actually. The fifth goal relates to sustainability, conservation, and climate change. We are nearing the end of the work on the RFP for the vulnerability assessment. And the open space master plan RFP is kind of closely on its heels. So I would say in the next couple of months, we'll be actively seeking qualified consultants to guide us in both those pieces. Conservation Commission is actively working on environmental standards ordinance. And I think the Long Range Planning Committee continues their good work that touches a lot of these different areas as well. And then to the extent we can, staff is certainly involved with Land Trust regarding any conservation acquisition opportunities that may be up there. The second subpart of that goal deals with says partner with the Conservation Commission and Sustainability Committee to integrate them into the town's planning process. I think some of that is already underway. I know Conservation Commission is receiving information, providing input when appropriate. So I think we've made good steps in that regard and we'll continue. I think we've kind of covered that entirely. The sixth goal deals with traffic and transportation. First one relates to the townwide mass transportation study. That process is actively underway. We've got a consultant on board. I know the Transportation Committee convened a public open house last week, I think. They had a kind of a 4-hour opportunity for folks to drop in. I stopped for just a brief moment, but I was told they probably had 20 or 25 folks. But what we didn't have in kind of quantity, we had in quality. The folks that came really had great suggestions. So staff and the committee has some really good information to work from and provide a consultant. And then the other part of that deals with supporting the Gorham Connector. I know the Director of Planning and myself, continue to be very actively involved in that. Councilor Katarina, I think really as a private citizen, provided her personal experience living on Gorham Road and kind of in the shadow of the crossover and all the congestion. And for my part, I didn't realize it, but I apparently will be the narrator on that same video that will be part of the informational.
I tried to get Jeffrey.
He has the voice for it. So I think Scarborough's been very well represented at the table for that project. And the last, 7th goal deals with public engagement and communications. The first just talks about us maintaining current levels of engagement for the Council Corner and Council Corner Live. For our part, staff continues to support those efforts. In terms of council outreach, that's really on you. I'm not sure, other than maybe being your chauffeur, if you want to do door knocking, I'm not sure what we can do to support you, but
The team did help with the setting up the table and everything for
Oh, good.
Fest. That
There
was
you go.
our event.
okay. And the last one is a townwide survey. The committee's been actively involved. Staff has supported them along the way. And it appears as though by end of this month, the survey will be out. And I think it's still generally on track in terms of getting results. Sometime in November, I suppose. So with that is an update. You should all feel proud. You had an extremely ambitious set of goals, and I think you've done tremendous work to achieve them largely.
Are you tired yet? Ready for more? No, I just want to thank you, Tom, and the town staff for this. Like, I know when we wrote all those goals, I was like, I'd be happy if we got through half of them.
Yeah. no
And the
kidding.
fact that we've made as much progress. And again, I see a lot of these as great progress in the right direction, and there's still more work to be done. And so hopefully the next council maybe has like half of those goals, but still continues to focus on those topical areas to actually advance things, to continue to advance in those areas. Like, I'm super excited personally to see more coming out of that conservation one with the open space plan and the vulnerability assessment. And then I know there's conversations about forming that ad hoc open space committee. So I think all of those are going to be good things that I think will continue to advance a lot of work to be done there.
Mhm.
But again, we couldn't do it without your dedication and commitment and the staff's dedication and commitment. So I just want to thank everybody for all their hard work.
Good, pleased to help.
Anyone else? Any questions or comments for Tom?
I just want to make a comment. I think in terms of volume and granularity, certainly the number of goals that we committed to and the discipline that we've used in tracking them and reporting out on them, I think is unsurpassed. I mean, we've done more this year and gone deeper on it than I can think of in recent memory. The other thing that struck me as I attended the SEDCO annual meeting last night, which was terrific. It was a great opportunity to thank the business folks in the community, but also it was a nice recognition event, I think, for town staff. But one thing Tom mentioned that he didn't mention at all in his update was the fact that he had tremendous turnover in key areas. In spite of that, he was still able to accomplish, all the things that he just went through. So I think that, how sustainable it's going to be, I don't know. But
Yeah.
And the other thing I wanted to mention, Tom, can you just put the process map up there a little bit? Because you didn't really talk about that, but I wanted to thank Tom and John both for making some changes to the public process where we basically added additional steps. This is hard to read, but we basically we're ready to go into action items, first and second readings and votes and that sort of thing. And we intentionally expanded the time frame to allow for greater public input and understanding of what we're driving. And you can see, the categories are the TIF boundary changes, CEA amendments, zoning map changes, and so forth, CBD buffer. These are all key aspects of what's moving down the road, literally, in terms of the purchase option agreement and heading toward the ballot for the land school deal.
Yes, thank you for bringing
November.
that. Forgive me, I was a bit thrown off my game at the beginning there. But yes, we put this first together for our own internal use to make sure that we identified all the things that need to be done and then applied it to your kind of normal
Mhm.
meeting schedule and the cadence. You know, it is a lot. I think it's manageable. And as was mentioned, we've actually added in additional process that the town's
Mhm.
process doesn't require necessarily.
I think that goes back to our final goal, or goal area of communication and engagement with the public. Making little things like this happen, or again, I think just trying to help give additional opportunities for the public to be part of the process. And so again, a lot of this could have happened a lot faster, but we're deciding to kind of give it time, allow for more education, allow for more conversation and discussion. So
Just the final thing I'd say, the majority of the things that are kind of obligations, if you will, under that agreement, at least conceptually, I think have been in conversation since, you know, early summer or spring. Some of the finer detail, I think, has been better understood more recently. The one that's different here is there is a property owner initiated change to a fairly modest change to the CPD zone. Again, that's not something we're obligated to do, but it's kind of following a parallel track. And so hopefully, to your point, Counselor, there's been awareness and some level of understanding for some time, at least big picture, in terms of the
Mhm.
different pieces.
Thanks.
all right, any other questions for Tom on goals? You know, the one thing coming from the SEDCO meeting as well, we're all so busy and we're all kind of always like reacting to things that come up and we don't take enough time to celebrate our successes as a town and as a community. And I think, to me, I just want to take a moment and like have everybody just take a moment and maybe be proud of themselves for all the work we've put into this, because we all have been working extremely hard, both the town staff, the counselors. And so I just, want to acknowledge that if it wasn't for all of our hard work, this stuff wouldn't be getting done. And it's all with the intent of making our community better. And so it's great to see all of these things progress and come. So again, just thank you to everybody, and let's take a moment to celebrate.
Mutual admirations.
Yeah. All right. Next item is item number 9 on action item, financial report from the finance director.
Stuff adjusted here, sorry. Good evening, counselors. As Tom mentioned, I'm here before you to provide a preliminary look at our fiscal year 2023 results. So we'll start with the executive summary up there on the screen. This is where I give you my disclaimer that these are unaudited. They are subject to change. We're still working through schedules and things. So there is the chance that the numbers could change, but we're far enough down the road that I'm pretty confident that we're not going to change too much at this point. Just a 30,000 foot comment. My goal is to have the audit complete by mid-November, and that's a lofty goal. And the reason I set the goal for mid-November is to give my staff in the town cushion in case something happens in the schedule. We still have a little time to fall back there and still meet our end of December deadline for getting the audit complete. So that's kind of the path forward for the rest of the calendar year. And so I'll jump into the results. I listed some positive indicators for the year. So on the expense side, and these are directed towards the general fund. So these comments are the general fund, which combines the town and school general fund. So keep that in the back of your mind. We spent 97% of our budget. So we did come under budget for the fiscal year, which is always good news. Some exceptions to that, the executive and the public health and welfare departments did exceed their budgets. On the revenue side, we collected 98.2% of our estimated revenue. So came fairly close, didn't meet our target, but we did come close. Some positive news on the revenue side, our state revenue sharing was 109% of what we estimated. So that was good news. Excise tax revenues, 103, almost 104% of our estimate. Building and electrical permits were 131 and 143% of estimates. So we had good collections on those revenue items. And finally, I want to talk about our property tax collections. We collected 99.3% of our property tax billing within the fiscal year. And that compares to the previous year at 100.4. So last year, there would have been some prior year collections that came in to get over that. But I will say that our 10-year average for collecting property taxes within the first year, within the fiscal year we bill, is almost 99%. So we have a very good collection rate, and typically by the time we roll forward the years, we get up to like 99.8. We don't have a whole lot of old taxes sitting out there unpaid for many prior years past. Comments on negative indicators for the year. We had budgeted to sell bonds in fiscal 23, so we would have we budgeted for bond proceeds, and the timing of the audit and getting the offering statements put together. We weren't able to go to market on the bonds until September, and so that revenue will be in fiscal 24. And a side note on the bonds, we will receive proceeds tomorrow on our bond issue. So we'll get a nice infusion of cash tomorrow to put in the town coffers to be used for all of our purposes that we've budgeted. General assistance, we overspent our budget significantly on general assistance to the tune of almost 400%. Now we get a lot of that back from the state on reimbursement. So on its face, that's not entirely a bad thing. And then the final topic I want to talk about in the summary is fund balance. We have our goals that we're all familiar with. At this point, we do have a surplus in the general fund. And I stand here tonight and with some fairly high confidence will tell you that surplus will hold through the issuance of the audit. So we would expect our fund balance to increase with this year. It's in the range of 400,000 at the moment. So it's not, I hate to use the word significant, but 400,000 is a good number. It's a positive number. So it speaks to managing the finances and diligence with the town's funds. So yes, Counselor.
I had a quick question for you, Norman, if I may.
Sure.
On the general fund surplus, it looks like we're going to have. Well, we look at that to perhaps direct that to raise our fund balance levels and consistent with our fiscal policies. I know that's something that
Something that's still coming is our annual review of the components of fund balance. I would expect somewhere in the neighborhood of a third of that to fall into unassigned, which will raise our percentage a little bit. We have about 300,000 worth of encumbrances that will fall into the assigned category. So the entire 400,000 will fall in the first metric where we combine assigned, committed, and unassigned to come up with a fund balance. The first, I'll call it the top level number. So that estimated 400,000 will all fall into one of those categories.
Right. Thanks.
So that's my executive summary, and I'll dive right into the numbers schedules.
Hold the council's appetite. Would you like Norm to spend the time to go through the particulars, or is that executive summary enough for at least the year end?
Summer's enough for me.
Yeah, summary, I'm good.
So thank you for this and good job.
Thank you.
I know that like the school department and some other communities that I'm aware of, when there's an overspending in a particular line item, they have some sort of council action at the end of the year to reallocate funds between, because you obviously underspend in other places.
Yeah.
I don't think we do that here. It's just something, I guess, I don't know if it's a question or comment, but maybe something to consider as you go
Policy.
forward. I think it can be beneficial.
In my previous life in the Midwest, our city had a fiscal policy that you could overspend in a category like materials and supplies or services. The budget was in high levels was 3 categories: was salaries and benefits, your personnel costs, materials and supplies, and your consulting and your services category. So if you overspent in services, but you underspent in supplies, you could move those, but it took a mayoral action. We were a mayor council city. So that's something we could look at in our financial policy.
So I wasn't going that granular, just on the
Yeah,
page here where you have legislative versus executive and finance, kind of
Yeah.
the planning level of detail.
okay.
Yeah, at that level. Other than that, I think it's totally within town manager's discretion.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you.
To shift things.
So Norm, you're confident we're actually gonna have the audit complete by the end of the calendar year this year? Is that what I heard you say at the beginning?
I need to have it finished by the end of the calendar year so that I can start on the budget
Okay.
at the beginning. of
Yeah,
next
yeah.
calendar year.
Instead of doing them both at the same time?
Yeah, otherwise, my family will choke me for not.
Yeah.
So,
That's great news, by the way.
Yeah.
And it goes back to my commitment of your goals to do things on a timely basis, in a cadence that makes sense, so that we can plan, because the audit needs to be done by the end of the calendar year, November or December. We need to do a budget in the spring. We need to, if we're going to issue bonds, those need to be in late spring, early summer. And then we roll back into the audit season again in the fall. And those things need to stay on track and in sequence so that we can effectively report to you with some reliance of the current numbers, so that Tom and you all can manage the town.
Great.
So it's the way that's the way I see it, and I don't see it any other way.
Good. Any other questions for Norm?
Do you want a quick run through of first quarter, since I didn't do an executive summary on that?
Sure.
Okay. It's a scale down. Liam, if you want to jump there. It's real quick. We are 3 months in, so we're 25% of our estimates for revenue and expenditures. And go down some more, Tom, Liam.
Keep going.
A little bit farther.
There we
There
go.
you go, right there. Sorry, yeah, I inundated you with tables, so you've got numbers right here. We're doing fantastically well on property tax collection in the first quarter. So that's the really bright spot of this schedule. All the other numbers are pretty much on track. Some of the categories, like our other financing sources, that'll hit second quarter. So you'll see that drop in when I do the next report. If we can go to the next page, Liam. Expenditures, again, we should be at, if you're doing the calendar and if things were happening in a ratable sequence, you'd be spending 25%, but we all know that doesn't always work. Couple of outliers there. Our public works, they've got some, you see in the encumbrance column, they've got some really large purchases that they've already encumbered, so they could get the purchases in process because they're going to take a while to come in. But everyone else is pretty much on target as far as expenditures go. And if you roll up to the next slide, you see that we're doing really well on excise tax collections, and we're on track with our education subsidies. So the overall message for the first quarter is good news. We're on track, and I'm here on time to give you an update for the first quarter. So
I have one question,
Sir.
and this may be a reflection of my, expertise or lack thereof in terms of reviewing financial matters, but I learned long ago that kind of red numbers were something that were worth some discussion. Can you talk about the red numbers on page 3? Going back a little bit to your,
is that the June 30
yeah. you read the
schedule?
right thing. For town revenues and school fund revenues. So is that, what does that mean? Is it page 3, I think it was. Of the first. Yeah. There you go.
Oh, the red.
And sorry that I didn't bring it up. When
Oh, that just means that mathematically you're taking the revised estimate minus the actual. So the actual is less than, or in this, less than. It creates a negative mathematically because there was no estimate for that.
okay.
And the ones further down, our estimated revenue was 925, and we actually had 1.9. So in that case, as a revenue number, the red negative is good news.
Thank you.
But if it were on the expense side, the red negative would be overspending. So-
Thank you.
Mhm.
Thank you very much.
Yep.
Counselor Clucci?
So I have a question about the year-to-date revenue for Fund 7100, which is the school department. I just don't understand how this happens. It looks like the same thing happened last year, but we're at 97.4% collected. What page am I on here?
You're on page 1.
Yeah, it shows the funds, the 1100 general fund, and then it goes down.
Yeah.
It's revenues, a comparison of year-to-date revenues. How does that work? So the school department gets a portion of the taxes that we collect.
Right.
How is it not at 100%? That's what I'm trying to understand.
We don't transfer it until we collect the tax from the
So we
taxpayer.
don't give them all of it.
Right,
Okay.
exactly.
Do we true it up after the year end, or as we collect more?
Yeah, as we collect it, we transfer it over and
So they get a percentage of
exactly.
the collections.
Yeah.
Cool. Thank you.
Any other questions? No? All right. Moving on to order number 23-019, public hearing on council order approving the third amendment to the Scarborough Downtown Omnibus Municipal Development and Tax Increment Financing District and Development Program, and schedule the first reading for Wednesday, October 18th, 2023. Tom, is there anything you want to say to set this one up?
This is squarely in the category of one of our obligations. This is expanding the district boundary of the existing downtown TIF district to include, forgive me, the exact acreage.
35, I think.
Yes, 37.09 acres in total, 21.87 of which are the school site. So that additional 37 acres and a bit would be included in the existing downtown TIF. All told, it's about 985 acres. So it's It's all of Oak Hill, kind of this municipal campus and also the Scarborough Downs property. There are exhibits that are helpful and I think critical to this that explain and actually show the property boundaries of the existing and what it would be with this amendment.
All right, so this is a public hearing. So if there's anybody in the public who would like to comment on this, if you could come up to the podium or raise your hand online, and you would have 3 minutes to speak.
Again, it's Nina McKee, 309 Black Point Road. Just a question. If you're going, is this the parcel of land that is designated to be transferred from the whole big parcel to the downs so that, and I'm concerned, I don't know if we're talking about the same parcel of land, but I'm wondering if I am correct, that it's that parcel of land that needs to go to the downs. What happens if the referendum doesn't go through? Would this TIF expansion exist? And is that a good thing?
So this is a public hearing. So from I think what this is this is essentially expanding the boundary we have today to cover an additional 30 acres. And what that does is it puts any new development that comes out of that new acreage into our ability to shield that revenue in the future from things like county taxes or things that go into the calculation for our state reimbursement. And so this is just a tool that we have as a town that essentially allows us to shield any new value so that we can use those revenues or save money. And so that's really what this specific action is for the public hearing, is essentially saying, do we want to expand that boundary to cover more area so that when that development happens, we could put it in a separate fund that we could use to fund qualified projects. And so hopefully that answers some of your questions about what this is.
I just wonder if the school project does not go through, will this expanded property be turned over to the downs in any case?
So this is property that they already own. So the TIF boundary that's being adjusted is to include the parcel, the 37-acre parcel that's already owned by the CPD.
Thank you.
Mhm. Or the Crossroads team, sorry.
So I had a follow-up question to that. What part is actually changing? Because we're looking at a map, it doesn't show like before and after. So what, can you point out on the map what part is actually being expanded?
You want to pull it up, Liam? I think it's
Exhibit B,
55, page 55 in the packet.
excuse me, Exhibit A.
All right. Okay, great.
that help?
Okay, thank
So
you.
it's the area shown in beige.
Got it, I got it.
And forgive me, this doesn't include everything in the pink or salmon color, and there's more that's off this map, but this is blown up so you can actually see with some level of accuracy where the 37 acres is.
And page 53 has the entire TIF district, and it doesn't look like
Okay, thanks.
this area is beige, but it is captured in there. It's
It
this portion right here.
Correct. You can tell that little finger that sticks out. Just,
Mhm.
yeah, the scale is hard because it's 1,000 acres. Yeah.
Right. Is there anybody else in the public who would like to comment? Or Councilor
Well, no,
Clucci?
you can finish the public hearing first.
No? Anybody online? All right, are there any questions that the council has?
So I just had sorry, is it okay?
Yeah.
So on the development program narrative, it calls out the 37.09 acre parcel that we're adding. But then it talks about 21.7 acres being for the school, and I just feel like that might be a little bit misleading in that the overall school parcel is 21.87 acres, but I think only about 10 acres is in this expanded area. So that's just something to consider clarifying. The other comment I have, and I know this isn't a first reading, but it might be a little more substantive, is when I look at the map, I notice that an approved subdivision right next to this. And financially, I don't understand why we're not expanding the TIF district to include that new development that might happen there. So I would be supportive of that.
So you're talking about if we go back to page 55, that parcel that's contiguous.
Yeah, the O'Leary undeveloped parcel. And just to be clear, when we're talking about the TIF district, the developer has there's no automatic benefit to them.
Yeah.
There's benefit to the town in that we could capture those,
Mhm.
that increased value. Yeah, that right below the beige, that square. No, sorry. So if you picture a boot,
Right there.
the part above the boot and
Yeah.
below the rest, yeah.
Yeah.
It doesn't matter. It could still be part of the TIF district. Most of the downs is residential.
Yeah, but there's no business or whatever to be located.
I think it qualifies by virtue of all the other things happening
Okay.
within it. It couldn't be standalone.
Correct.
residence.
Okay.
Correct.
Counselor, I'll just simply comment in the development program, the reference to the school land was made because part of the exercise here, requirements, is to project future value. And the suggestion has been that it's almost a wash from what was originally projected because 21 acres of the 37 is going to be exempt now. So that's why that intentionally that reference to the school land is mentioned here.
Okay, I need to process that.
All right, any other questions on this item? No? All right. Next item is order number 23-110, 7 PM public hearing on the council order approving the First Amendment to the credit enhancement agreement between the town of Scarborough, Maine and Crossroads Holding LLC and schedule the first reading for Wednesday, October 18th, 2023. Is there, or Tom, is there anything you want
I
to?
just say this is the companion, this is
Do I have to say something officially? To close the hearing? Usually we have a public hearing in action, so I'm closing the public hearing on the previous item. Moving on to the next item.
you could even gavel in and out if you wish.
Okay.
but, You don't need
Do I have
to.
to? Sorry about that. I'll do it this time, correct? Yeah. Okay. All right, can I, is it safe to move on? Okay. Order number 23-110, 7 PM public hearing on the council order approving the First Amendment to the credit enhancement agreement between the town of Scarborough, Maine and Crossroads Holding LLC and schedule the first reading for Wednesday, October 18th, 2023.
So simply put, this is concerning itself with the same 37 acres. But this is an amendment to the existing credit enhancement agreement and would include that same area and make it subject to the reimbursement contemplated and provided for in the existing CEA.
All right, is there anybody in the public who would like to comment on this item? Or anybody online? Are there any questions for Tom if there's no public comment? Counselor Hamel?
Yes, can you explain to us the impact that this will have? I know this is just informational, it's not an action item, but what's the financial impact associated with it? And does this mean that we are in fact reopening the 2018 CEA?
An amendment, I suppose, is a reopening. I would also mention that this is done, I suppose you could characterize it by mutual consent of both parties. So this agreement is not unilateral, it's a bilateral agreement, but technically an amendment is a reopening of the agreement. With respect to the financial impact, in this case, we relied on the developer in terms of advising what the likely value creation is. And as I said earlier, since a portion, 2/3 or so of this area, roughly speaking, will now be tax exempt, their opinion is that there's not likely to be a material difference in terms of overall value creation in that subject of the CEA because of that.
Even though we're expanding the size of the area.
We're expanding it by 37 acres, 21 of which will become tax exempt
Okay,
by our purchase.
I see.
Yes.
So one question I would have is, and I know this is just a public hearing, but it does seem to me that this might be an appropriate time for us to evaluate the possibility of perhaps capping the CEA at $80 million. I think there's not been a lot of discussion about this. However, these changes that we're making that are running down the road with in terms of this purchase option agreement, it does seem to me this would be an appropriate time for us to really think through the runway that we're on in terms of the CEA and the fact that, building off the information we had from the Downs year or, their fourth annual report, their first 5 years success, they're making great headway, and this could potentially mean millions and millions of additional dollars that they would get from the CEA from these changes. And that this, could mean that they would far exceed targets that were originally set to take place over 30 years. So anyway, that's a mouthful, but I'd like to, it's a non-action item tonight, it's just a public hearing, but I'd like to put that idea out there. So, and I haven't had a chance to talk about this with counselors in one-on-one, but it does seem to me that must be an opportune time for us to consider that.
All right. Any other questions, Counselor Clucci?
So this didn't occur to me until today, but we do have a CEA policy. And it may be a bit of a gray area, so it might be good for the council to weigh whether, where they lean on this, but typically we would follow a process to entertain a CEA agreement. That is dictated by the policy. It seems like we're kind of skipping that step with this one. So that should probably be a conscious decision. Where everybody should agree to it. So I guess that's my comment for now.
I think I want to look at it to see, like, is it when we establish a new CEA and does it say what we do if we're amending an existing one?
It's a little silent on that.
Yeah, because I think that's where it didn't cross my mind because
I think
thought
they
it was
came up
more-
with Piper Shores.
Yeah.
And we wrote a whole new contract zone process because of it. So I just wanted to bring that up.
All right, I think that's something for counselors to think about and
Just to be clear,
Yeah.
the council can choose to ignore its
Mhm.
policies. We just have to. We have to say so.
Mhm.
basically.
Yep, I have a communication which I'll be forwarding to the council before the end of the week that, outlines a possible approach here and the rationale for doing that. So,
Okay.
thank you.
Sounds good. Any other questions on this one? No? All right, moving on to order number, I'm closing this public hearing. Moving on to order number 23-111, public hearing and action on the new request for massage therapist license from Kelsey Gifford, Jennifer Hannett, Gabriel Heckman, and Kelsey Taylor, working at Family Chiropractic Associates located at 20 Black Point Road. This is being brought forward by the town clerk.
So these are 4 individuals who are requesting new massage therapy licenses who will all be working at Family Chiropractic Associates. Per ordinance, any new license is required to come toward, be presented to council.
And this is a public hearing, so is there anybody in the public who would like to comment on this item? Not seeing anyone, so I'm closing the public hearing. This is also an action. Can I get a motion?
So moved.
Second.
Any discussion? No? All right, all those in favor? It's unanimous. Next is order number 23-112, public hearing and action on the request for a new food handler's license from Michael Shannon, Shannon's Best Buds located at 10 Snow Canning Road, number 7A. This is being brought forward by the town clerk.
This request kind of goes with some of the others that we've been having lately to bring everyone in compliance to have food handlers that should.
Okay. All right, and this is a public hearing. Is there anybody in the audience or online who would like to comment on this item? Not seeing anybody in the room. I don't see anybody online. So with that, I'm closing the public hearing. Can I get a motion?
So moved.
Second.
Any discussion? No? All those in favor? It's unanimous. All right, moving on to old business, order number 23-113. Act on the names posted to the various committees, boards as recommended by the Appointments Negotiations Committee at the September 2023 Town Council meeting. Do we want to just share the names that are being posted again? All right. So is there anybody in the public who would like to comment on this item? No? All right, can I get a motion?
So moved.
Second?
All right, any discussion?
I did have a question.
Yeah.
In the past, we've read these into the record, so is there a reason why we're just doing here's the picture or here's the, the paper?
We can read them into the record. I thought when we did the posting, that was essentially when we read it, and this is our official action.
Again, it's
Yeah.
entirely up to the chair of the appointments committee, so
I'm just kind of winging it.
No, I think the protocol is the actual reading, if you will, mentioning the names, so-called posting them happens at one
Yeah.
point, and this is the actual action. So this, this is formal action of council will exist within the minutes.
It's just to get their name up in lights, nice to kind of get a special mention, but anyway.
Would you like to read them, Counselor?
Sure.
Shoot.
So what we're proposing tonight is for the Community Services Advisory Board to appoint Patricia Kafka as the second alternate to fill a term to expire in 2023. And then for Long Range Planning Committee, we're looking to move Robin Sanders from the first alternate to a full voting member with a term to expire in 2024, and then move Portia Hirschman from the second alternate to the first alternate with a term to expire in 2024. And then appoint Robert Odlin as the second alternate with a term to expire in 2025.
Any other discussion from the council? No, I think this is great, and I think we were talking right before the meeting about we're getting to that point of year where we need to start asking people who wants to continue that may be eligible. And so there will be a lot of committee positions potentially open soon. So if anybody in the public is interested in joining, there's a lot of people who have been coming more and more to the council meetings, and joining a committee is an excellent way to get involved in the community. And in the fourth quarter and the November, December timeframe, that's when we're kind of revisiting all the assignments and adding new people. So there'd be a lot of options going forward. So if you're interested, you can see online what committees are there. And, any of us are probably happy to talk about our experience on committees if there's one that's of interest of you. I think online, if you go to the website, you can see which counselor is the liaison. So always, please feel free to reach out and email if you're interested in one, and reach out to one of us, and we can give you some sense of what the committee's working on and what's happening there. All right, with that, I'm going to call it. All those in favor? It's unanimous. All right, next is order number 23-114, first reading and refer to the planning board, the proposed amendments to chapter 405, the zoning ordinance, section 7, sign regulations, G, electronic message and time/temperature signs. This is being brought forward by the planning director.
Thank you. Excuse me. The ordinance committee received a request from a local business for us to take a look at our electronic messaging sign requirements. That ordinance was put in place in 2011. At the time, the technology only permitted certain type of lighting on a black background. The technology has come along quite a ways. And so this request is very simple in nature. It is to strike the limitation for height and the requirement for the color on the black background. This went to ordinance committee and they referred it to the full council with recommendation for approval.
Great. Are there any questions for Autumn? Counselor Pucci?
Will our messaging sign out front comply with the ordinance?
We will be in compliance.
Counselor Shu?
So it was a private resident that came forward specifically asking for this
It was
to be changed?
a company, a business here in town,
Okay.
asking that their sign be permitted to be shown in its full glory.
And I'm curious what other towns around us have. So like when you're coming from Saco, are you
Mhm.
looking at colored signs coming into Scarborough? Or you're coming from Gorham? Are you coming from South Portland? Are we not the norm right now? Do other towns have this? I find the new sign, I think it's just new, distracting.
Mhm.
And I think I've seen coming from zoning board and stuff, signs are a big deal and people have made a lot of concessions over the years. So I'm just curious how suddenly we're making this change.
I haven't actually taken a look at the surrounding towns. I just took a look at it from a technology perspective.
Mhm.
We do maintain the flashing. I know the flashing can be quite distracting. The color too, if you're not used to it, I certainly.
Right. I mean, we're a state with no billboards.
Mhm.
So I think this actually strikes me as, which direction are we going? Are we gonna have these signs all up Route 1 now? Because Again, when I was on zoning board, there was a lot of people on Route 1 who would love to have these signs
Sure.
that didn't have them. And I
That's a
think
good
that's
point.
just a consideration is this might be what we're looking at in Route 1 every step of the way.
All right. Is there anybody in the public who would like to comment on this item? No? All right, with that, can I get a motion?
So moved.
Second.
Any discussion?
As discussed, I'd like a little more research as to what this change is and kind of what the towns around us are doing. If suddenly we're doing something that no one else around us is doing.
Mhm. So the change, can you talk a little bit, Autumn, to what the change actually is for clarity? So it's, because
So
it really
right-
just seems we're removing one particular,
So we permit the electronic messaging signs right now, but we limit the color, so it has to be a black background with white or gold lettering. And so this would take away that prohibition, so you could do any color that you wanted, but the flashing would still be, you still couldn't do that. You couldn't change the message any faster. But I certainly see the point, and I totally agree that one of Maine's beautiful aspects is there are no billboards coming from a land of billboards. So I'm happy to look into.
Can it be any size? Is that?
There's some size limitations. I don't have them off the top of my head, but there are some limits on this in the sign requirements, but this is just for the actual message portion.
so it's just the coloring and the size.
The
Font
size
size?
of letters and the coloring,
Mhm.
right?
Great. Any other discussion points? No? All right, all those in favor? All those opposed? All right, that's 6 yeas and 1 nay. Moving on to order number 23-115, first reading and refer to the planning board, the proposed amendments to chapter 405 zoning ordinance, section 6 definitions, and chapter 405 zoning ordinance, section 20C, crossroads plan development, subsection B, permitted uses. This is being brought forward by the planning director.
Thank you. This request came in from the Crossroads Plan Development, the Downs. They are wishing to add a use for coffee house specifically in the CPD. The CPD allows restaurants right now without drive-throughs. So in talking with staff, we've come up with a two-part approach to this. If you all see fit to approve it, you would have to separate coffee house from the restaurant use and then define it. And so we've proposed a definition. But then part of their request is that they would want the coffee house to be able to have a drive-through use. And I did outline a couple of requirements that our site plan ordinance puts into place for drive-throughs. There are some considerations for pedestrian crossings and queuing space. Drive-throughs throughout the town are looked at specifically when they come in for the traffic impact and traffic reviews. So we do have those measures in place, but this request would allow the coffee house use with the drive-through in the CPD district. So throughout the district. So that's what the request is and how it's written right now.
Are there any questions for Autumn?
Yeah, I had a process question, and I spoke with Autumn about this, last week or so, but can you explain that, the text amendment nature of this particular thing?
So this text amendment was brought in from an outside applicant, and so it comes to you all first for a first reading, and then you can refer it to the planning board for a public hearing and more consideration and discussion. And then they make a recommendation, it comes back to council for a public hearing and a second reading.
Counselor Shoup?
I mean, the planning board might be able to speak to this more, but I mean, the CPD was a very thoughtfully planned project. So it's interesting to me that this was not part of the original plan. I'm curious the history behind, I mean, honestly, why they wouldn't have wanted it, why it was excluded. And I understand the reasoning why they're doing it now, but it really wasn't part of the original plan at all. I mean, they're pretty far down the road of this master plan and what they're doing. And so I'm curious about this change.
I can speak to a recent submittal that the Downs actually has in place. So they're not limited with drive-throughs for other types of uses such as a bank. And so they actually have an approved site plan for a bank that has a drive-through use, that this would be probably a prime location where they could possibly switch it out for this type of
Mhm.
use if this request went through. I think from a use perspective, it would have to go back, of course, for an amended site plan, but from a use perspective, a drive-through coffee shop that also has a restaurant, somewhat food service inside might be more of a Downs use than a bank. And so I see it in a positive regard in that there are some possibilities to limit the location of them if you wanted more comfort with it being permitted throughout. But I think that's, when they first came in, our zoning district just calls restaurants, restaurants. We don't even acknowledge bar uses or things like that. I think our uses are lacking a bit. So I think they just went with what we had. But the coffee house use is a pretty common use, and this is a planning association definition. So we've captured this from other communities, but some things.
Say a bank is a different use than a coffee significantly traffic wise. So
Sure.
I think when we talk about a text change, I'm not sure if that's the consideration that's being given right now. But
Did they have an example? I mean, do they have something in mind that is behind this change or?
Yes.
Yeah, great.
Well, Dan's taking the podium. Just keep in mind, all the other rigors and requirements of the planning process still apply here. So they would need to prove that it's done safely and so on and so forth.
Yeah, thank, Autumn's done a great job of introducing the change, and I appreciate Autumn's creativity too in bringing forward a fairly narrow amendment. As indicated, the town customarily doesn't distinguish between coffee and a McDonald's, a fast food restaurant, et cetera. The town sort of treats restaurants and drive-through restaurants with a broad brush. So what we approached Autumn with was a very specific request where coffee shops are not only a pretty important place to go in the morning for most of us, but they're also really kind of a gathering place and an amenity that is customary in a project like the Downs as a destination and as an amenity. The other thing about coffee shops this day and age is most coffee shops, entrepreneurs don't move forward without a drive-through. You have an example of Starbucks, even Scarborough Grounds across the street. And they really rely on drive-through as a component of their business. So we've been talking to and exploring coffee shops as an amenity to the project, and really don't think one will move forward unless the drive-through piece is allowed for. So what we've talked to Autumn about is an allowance for that coffee amenity to happen, but not all orders of fast food restaurants. In terms of a specific location, there is a possibility that a coffee could go on the site at the corner of Market Street and Higas Parkway, where we did some permitting already and explored a bank. That may or may not happen. It also could go kind of as you enter the town center area where we're gonna have restaurants and retail. A coffee shop may make perfect sense in that location. And of course, when we work with the planning board, we'll figure out the right kind of site design so that it's an asset, not a liability for the project. And as discussed earlier, we already have our kind of traffic permitting in place. So it's not so much the macro impacts of a coffee shop. It'll just be more kind of the site planning details the planning board will look at in terms of where are the driveways, how is it designed to be functional and safe. So that's really kind of the background, trying to move forward with what we think is a fitting use within the project with the proper kind of controls to make sure the design works.
I just have a follow-up. The suspense is killing, okay, on this one. Is it Aroma Joe's? Can you give us for example, or are we talking about a whole new revolutionary coffee drive-through concept? I mean, it would help us, I think, on this one. No.
We don't have, we're at the point right now where it's not a permitted use, so we're not negotiating with a specific coffee user because the zoning doesn't allow for it. So we really need to kind of have the ability to have it be a permitted use to then explore specific end users. We're picturing it's a coffee shop with
a place to sit down where it's a gathering place, Don, more than just a drive-through. The drive-through is typically more accessory to the type of coffee shop that we're talking about.
All right, is there anybody in the public who would like to comment on this item? Right, I'm not seeing anybody online. Can I get a motion?
So moved.
Second?
All right, any discussion? Counselor Cucci?
So I just wanted to comment that I actually feel like I understand what's going on with this one, where you've got the applicant ask for something, work
Mhm.
with planning to come up with a recommendation or proposal. I don't have any huge concerns. I wouldn't want this in the center of the development or to overwhelm. Because you want, ideally, you'd have a walk-to coffee shop, right, for the people that live there, but I understand that you might not be able to get that. So this, to me, I don't see this as a big deal. I'm very curious to understand what the planning board has to say about it, but I like the way this is coming through the pipeline. Because I feel like by the time we have to make a decision, if I'm still here, it'll be an informed one.
Mhm.
I like the fact that developers actually bringing it forward instead of the council. So I mean, I do like that feature.
All right, any other discussion? All right, all those in favor? All right, it's unanimous. Next up is order number 23-116, first reading and schedule a public hearing and second reading for the proposed chapter 602B Town of Scarborough Temporary Event Overflow Parking Ordinance. Autumn, would you like to set the stage on this one?
Certainly, thank you. So this is a long, long process this one's gone through, but it came originally from a request from the Sprague Corporation to permit an unimproved grass parking lot for seasonal overflow parking at Scarborough Beach State Park. Currently, our ordinance does not permit grass parking lots of any type. And so the Sprague Corporation went through the planning board process of sketch plan to receive their opinion, and the planning board was unable to move on it. Sprague Corporation asked staff to bring it to the ordinance committee. And through the ordinance committee and through several iterations, we have come up with this temporary event overflow parking ordinance, and it's chapter 602. It would apply to the town. It's not it's a new ordinance, a new process, if you will, that anyone could actually come in and if they met the requirements, apply for. So it's meant to be a mechanism that the Sprague Corporation can come back before you, meeting a very specific set of parameters and size limitations, parking limitations, notification requirements, and come in for a seasonal permit. And so it would be something that would be reviewed and renewed annually, much like some of the other permits that we have in town. And so, as I mentioned, this one went through a planning board in June and then ordinance committee July, August, and September. I think that we have come to a good conclusion on this this request, and we've come up with a good compromise. But I'm happy to answer any questions that you have about the specific ordinance.
Okay, are there any questions for Autumn? No? Is there anybody in the public who would like to comment on this item?
Good evening. If I may, just very briefly, my name is Matt Manahan. I represent the Prouts Neck Improvement Association. I did submit a letter to you that I just wanted to ask you to focus on, which is basically saying in brief that the PNIA, the Prouts Neck Improvement Association, supports this. We very much appreciate Autumn's efforts, staff's efforts generally. We think this is a good solution, allows what the planning board didn't think they could allow, which is a rustic, sort of nature-like overflow temporary parking area. We think this is a good solution. It's limited, it's discreet, it should allow for public safety. The one thing that I suggested in my letter is that we would like to see something that provides a little more public notice of an application, just so abutters and those nearby know that the application has been filed in advance, well in advance of the public hearing, so they have more time. And so I've suggested language. That's our only suggestion. Otherwise, we think this is great. And we support it. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for coming.
Hi, me again, Nina McKee, 309 Black Point Road. I drive by there all the time, and I have to say that it makes perfect sense to make this an a parking area. It's a very natural place and it's a perfect place for extra cars. And there are so many cars and so many of them are strum right down the street. So this, I think, would be a very, very beneficial thing to the community. So I say go for it. Thank you.
All right, is there anybody else in the public who would like to comment on this item?
Yeah, I'm Wix Rossiter. I live 9 Pinewood Circle, which is down at the far end of Black Point Road. The parking at the beach can get very, very chaotic. And I just want to add my support to this and say that I think, you know, something really should be done. And if this arrangement can be formalized in some way, I think it would help out a lot as far as traffic down there. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, can I get a motion?
So moved.
Second.
Any discussion? Counselor Hamel?
Yes, I had a question for Autumn on this one. I support what's being put forward here. But I do have a question about how this how do you think this ordinance would apply for other requests, similar requests? Like, you know, is it hard to say?
This ordinance would only apply if you're actually the operator of an event and so when we talked about it earlier during the summer, it would not be able to be used for persons wanting to sell spaces in their lawn per se. It wouldn't apply to them because they are not the operator of an event or a location like the Scarborough State Beach. So this would apply maybe to a church or a community center that wanted to have an event, but they wanted to do parking at an offsite location. So something in that regard.
And so just a follow-up question, and I know that Autumn knows very, very well, there are a handful of people in and around Pine Point, you know, who have had a practice of letting overflow parking take place in their yards. So would there be a possibility for us to develop a different approach for those individuals with some sort of business license, temporary business license type of thing? Or is that a non-starter? You know, it's not a fair question to ask you, but good to get your steer on it. You can tell me if you think it's insane, so.
I would advise against it just because of all of the complaints that we get for the 5 that do it, we get 15 complaints. And so I totally understand the historical nature of the practice. And if not seen, it sort of goes unseen, right? But I don't really look to putting an ordinance into place to allow it. Is my honest opinion.
Thank you for your candor.
Certainly.
So, go ahead.
So just trying to understand, so you can apply for a permit if you are an operator of something like Scarborough Beach, which we're considering an event.
Yes.
And you can operate temporary overflow parking for up to 30 days in a calendar year.
Correct.
So so this would cover them for the season. They'd have to re-up their permit every year. So if there's anything that, happened that we didn't like or the public didn't like, there'd be opportunity to discontinue it. So
Yes.
it provides for an ongoing temporary solution. I'm just talking through it, but your yes has helped me. Thank you.
Yeah. I just have a question because I'm trying to reconcile the language that Mr. Manahan provided and what's in the packet. And at first blush, they look the same. So is what was provided to us, I think provided to the full council where he had his proposed language, the language that's already in.
I believe that he requested 1,000-foot notification and our ordinance has 500 feet.
It says 1,000. The blueprint says 1,000.
I guess I'm looking at page
I think-
143 and page 143 has it in there as 1,000.
I think that you're looking at his version. of the
Oh, that
ordinance.
was
There's a
something- that was
couple
what
of
they
versions
provided.
in the ordinance and that,
That was the
sorry.
attachment.
Yes, I think it's an attachment to the letter, but that's the only difference, I believe, was that
The
language.
1,000 piece. What's the pros and cons of 500 versus 1,000?
It costs a little bit more money for notification.
Okay. Okay.
We usually don't charge the applicant for the notification for these, but we could look at doing that. We also need to talk about the fee for this.
The penalty, right?
Yeah.
Oh,
The fee
there's a
for
penalty
the
that's-
permit, yeah.
Yeah.
If I could just clarify, what I'm proposing is
I'll-
is a notice that is at the time of the application is filed by the applicant. In other words, the applicant does the notice, which is, I think, a little different than what you're suggesting. And so I'm suggesting that instead of a notice of the public hearing, in advance of the public hearing, which would be 500 feet, I'm proposing a notice of 1,000 feet that the applicant would provide prior or at the time of submitting the application. So well in advance of the actual public hearing. See what I'm getting at?
Oh, I
That's what I'm
understand. Yeah,
suggesting.
Not sure,
Right.
but we wouldn't actually be able to.
Well, I'm suggesting this language in the ordinance that I'm proposing, that I'm suggesting this language in
Yep.
the ordinance would be.
This is, yeah, this is a first reading and this is gonna go to the planning
just wanted
board
to
and they'll have it.
I'm
Yeah.
sorry, I just wanted to clarify. I think Autumn misunderstood what I was proposing. So I'm just trying to clarify that I'm proposing an additional notice
Yep.
than what she was thinking of.
Mm.
So I think that's something we can defer to the planning board as part of their action to kind of,
The planning board won't see this.
Oh, they
because
won't
it's
see it?
Chapter 601. It's not
Oh,
a
okay.
zoning ordinance.
Well, if we're gonna talk about notice, I mean, what other, I would imagine we have other ordinances that talk about providing notice, and I would think that this.
The
goes
type
be-
of notice that he's talking about would be something that the applicant would do. We wouldn't, staff wouldn't be involved in it at all. And so
Who would be enforcing the ordinance
who
on
would,
the?
right,
applicant?
I'm not sure about that. I'm a little uncomfortable.
well,
with
we can,
that
I,
part.
this
We'll
isn't,
figure it out.
yeah, this isn't the appropriate venue to be having this discussion, but I'm happy to talk with you afterwards. So that way we can get some clarity, or I can follow up with you with a phone call and we can align and figure out if there's an amendment we want to propose for the second reading. All right. All right, is this on the floor? I forget. Yes, okay. Yes,
discussion?
yeah, we're in discussion.
Okay.
I picked up on that too, the penalties. So, before this goes anywhere, do we need to try to hash this out here? Is that the intent? Yes?
I think so.
Okay, so I guess for what it's worth, Autumn, what's a typical penalty? In one of these ordinances, $100. I mean, I know we have a fine schedule, but what would you call an average?
Probably $100, $150 a day.
The only thing that pops in my mind is if I'm charging $20 a car, I might take the risk for $100.
Right, right,
But,
sure.
that would be my only feedback. So maybe 500 would be my suggestion for that one. Off the cup.
500 is what I had in my head. The other thing to think about there, though, is it's also a violation of the ordinance, which means you're probably not going to get a renewal, you know, if you
Right.
want to, if you do that. So that's really the enforcement mechanism is you strip the license, you don't do it again. Because I don't think anybody's going to be counting how many days are in operation either.
I feel that people will.
Well, somebody might.
I feel about the specific one, we'll know.
Do you want to offer that as an amendment, Nick? So it's clean going into second reading?
Yeah, I can do that. So I'll make a motion to amend section J under penalties to equal the civil penalty of at least $500.
Second,
But not more than.
But not
Oh,
more
sorry.
than $1,000.
Is there a second?
sorry, second, yes.
Now you can propose your amendment.
Any discussion?
Is that per day or one time?
Per violation.
Per violation.
Okay.
Mhm. Are any discussion on the amendment? No? All those in favor? It's unanimous. Now back to the main motion as amended. Any further discussion?
The only one I had is that there's reference to the schedule of fees for the application fee. I don't know that we actually, well, I mean, if you adopt this ordinance, and you don't have the fee in the schedule of fees, then that could be problematic.
We need a fee as well.
Should we put it in here and then defer to like an initial fee here and then defer to the schedule of fees, or should we amend that ordinance?
Either way,
Okay, I don't care.
it,
You know, I'm gonna-
it's
what do you
totally
think the fee
up
should
to
be?
you. Do what?
What do you think the fee should be? Have you done any?
Well, you can use it up to 30 times per year. So I think you should do a per use per day. So if you're gonna only use it 10 times for an event, maybe the fee is less than if you're gonna use it 30, but a not to exceed is what I would put into place, something along those lines.
And then staff would determine?
No, on the application. So this, when we do this and we have to create an application and a fee, and then so they would put in, the applicant would put in how many days a year they're going to
Not
use
exceed
it.
The number of days.
Right,
So
and
we give you
so
a
if they
daily
just
fee.
say 10 days, and if the fee were $200, they'd pay $200 per day, right? But they wouldn't pay the same fee as someone who was only going to use it one day. So it would be more fair, more equitable.
Staff can have further conversation and make a recommendation to you in second reading, if that helps.
Okay, or if it makes sense to come back with an amendment for the schedule of fees, we could entertain that too.
Does that line of thinking make sense?
I do. I like it.
Okay.
I don't have a great number for you. I don't know what the right amount is, but.
Mr. Chair,
Yes.
did we want to, given what public, excuse me, Prouts Neck, so I can't even talk this hour of the night. Prouts Neck Improvement Association is asking about the 1,000 feet under 3 public hearing. Well, I'll make a motion to change that 500 feet to 1,000 feet, just to get us to discuss it. If anyone wants to second it,
Second.
that's under public hearing.
Where,
Section 3.
where are you?
Section 3, public hearing. Town council shall hold a public hearing, blah, blah, blah. Butters within 500 feet to the proposed site shall be notified in writing 10 days prior to public hearing.
Just to clarify, I think the request from the Prouts Neck Association was an additional step to notify butters.
I know, but I'm trying.
You're just
I'm
proposing.
proposing this as kind of a compromise.
What is typical for an abutters notice? 500 feet?
I don't
Do
know,
we have a
that's fine.
standard? Yes. Thank you.
We just moved something to 750 recently, didn't we?
We did.
Yeah, we did.
Oh, that was the SRO, right?
Yeah.
SOR, Sexual Offender Registry Ordinance, SORO, maybe. That was 750.
We
I'd
did
be fine with 750, just in the,
So we have a second, right, for the.
yes,
the
we're
motion?
discussing it.
Okay, discussion. Any,
I don't think we should change it. I think we should be consistent with the notice that we give when people are doing these type of things. I think this consistent throughout the ordinances that we notify butters within 500 feet. I think this is a notice of intent to apply an application. This is not even, and so I don't know if we have notice requirements for notice of intent for filing applications. So this is a separate level of notice that our town, I don't currently practice. That's not what Jamie.
Yeah,
Just to be clear, yeah, the amendment is to, is
Okay,
under the public
just-
hearings, and the public hearing section only.
Yeah,
at
I'm
this
gonna go
point.
with 500. Thank you.
Okay.
sticking to 500, Counselor Pucci.
So I, for this particular example at Scarborough Beach, it's kind of a moot point. I mean, there's not very much density there. So
Right.
500 versus 1,000, it's mostly, water and a golf course. So I don't see a huge benefit, what might be a little different though is if you're in the Downs and having an event at Town Center or Memorial Park. And now all of a sudden you're notifying thousands of people. That could be substantial.
Counselor Scyther.
I think I'm comfortable sticking with 500 feet. I think those are going to be the people who are most impacted by the additional parking spaces. Much beyond that, I think we're talking about informing people of something that's happening, but the impact to them is probably low.
Counselor McGee.
Yeah, I guess, so the other side of this is, if you live out in RF, you've got 200 feet of road frontage. So a 500-foot abutters notice would get me 2 doors down, and they might have a huge wedding bash that I would love to have known about before I scheduled my, quiet yoga class. What I mean? Like, you see what I'm saying? Like, I think density can, down, maybe down here, 1,000 feet doesn't make sense, but if you're out in RF, that's like that's 2 doors down. So I would only add that in for a snippet.
So this isn't on the amendment, but I guess that maybe to think about between now and second reading is, can you differentiate
Yeah.
the
Zoning.
notice by zoning, something along those lines? Because I see your point. It's a good point.
Yeah.
You're either way, you're sending notice to 5 houses here, but if you're down in, where we are right now, it's a lot different.
All right, so all those in favor of the amendment? What was
1,000 feet.
to change it to 1,000 feet? I'll go with it. All those opposed? All right, so motion fails. Back to the main motion as amended. Any other discussion? No? All right, all those in favor? All right, it's unanimous. Next is order number 23-117, first reading and schedule public hearing and action on the new request for a cannabis establishment license for Nicholas Lavaseur Watchtower LLC located at 137 Pleasant Hill Road for an adult cannabis products manufacturing facility. This is being brought forward by the Assistant Town Manager.
Thank you. We've received the application. We will be scheduling the inspection. It is for a manufacturing license. This is a location that's previously been licensed. It was actually for a cultivation facility, so this is manufacturing. So in regards to any odor concerns, I expect this to be less of an impact, if any. And we have no reservations at this time. Thank you.
All right. Is there anybody in the public who would like to comment on this item? I'm not seeing anyone. Can I get a motion?
So moved.
Second.
Any discussion? I don't have a specific discussion on this one, Liam, but my question, when does our moratorium, our second round moratorium run out? I know this one doesn't apply to it, but this just made me think of that.
So it was a 180-day moratorium you passed in August. So tentatively it's February
Okay.
that will run through. I think that there was some interest in the council, at least getting an update prior to this council turning over. So perhaps as early as your next meeting, an update on odor concerns from that specific area of town.
Great. All right, any other questions on this item? No? All right, all those in favor? It's unanimous. All right, next, I'm gonna combine items 10 and 11, standing and special committee reports and council member comments. Any updates from anybody? Counselor Katarina?
Yeah, a couple of things. Candidates night is next Thursday, the 12th at 6:30. I better know what time it is, huh? 6:30. So if people are interested in knowing more about candidates for public office here in town, the election is November 7th. Please either show up or go on, I assume it's gonna be on YouTube, am I correct? So you can watch it. Housing Alliance, we continue to work diligently on, affordable housing within the town. And I think our big item that we've been working on, and I look to Mr. Manager to correct me if I'm wrong, is the sale of housing that's been designated as affordable through deed. So in other words, it can only be transferred to someone else who meets, that whatever our designations are, and we've handled that. It's taken a bit, but I think we're getting there. And we do have a property under contract, is that correct? In the Downs, that's been designated affordable and is going to stay affordable, and it's going to another family that will be able to use it. So I'm pretty excited about that. We had a meeting on the community center, which we've got the officers, and I'm gonna look at my fellow. Counselor Shoup is on that committee with me also. It's a good thing there's 2 of us because they're meeting every other week
Oh, wow.
is what they're planning on, at least right now. But Patrick O'Reilly is the chair, and I'm really excited that he's the chair because he was on the previous ad hoc committee. And I'm gonna put Counselor Clucci right on the spot. because I was asked to mention this to you, sir, and you don't have to answer me, but if you're not going to serve on the council, they'd love to have you on the committee because there's 2 openings. So there are 2 openings still. Yeah, for the public on this committee, but you don't have to answer that now. Okay. So but we just thought we'd let you know. And then I do have a quick counselor comment. My husband is at the MAR convention in Rockland. And today, last night, he was talking with the general manager of the Samoset. It's at the Samoset. You don't see me there, but he's there. And the general manager's name is Connie Russell, and Jeff was just nosing from God only knows where, and was yickety yakking about this, that, and the other thing. And Mr. Russell said to Jeff, I found this out today when I was talking to Jeff at lunchtime. He goes, do you live in Scarborough? And Jeff was like, well, yeah, I live in Scarborough. Why? And he goes, well, we're still really mad at you guys for stealing our town manager, because Tom was the manager in Rockland before he came to Scarborough. And Jeff's like, whoa, that was a long time ago. So that was totally, out of the blue. So Jeff wanted me, to pass that along to you guys on the council, and to Mr. Hall. I just want to make my own comment on public comments that were made tonight. It's so upsetting to me to hear some of the comments or the confusion that the public has or misconceptions about things that go on in town, and it drives me nuts. But I just want to make it very clear to folks, and you know me, I'll tell you what I think, if nothing else, that, this whole scenario, it must be a conflict of interest for the manager to be owning property in town. And that drives me crazy, particularly when the intent of owning property is for family. And also was run by a council in at least one case, and was run by chairs in other cases. But all I'm going to say is that dog ain't hunting anymore, folks. So just, let's move on, go on to something else. I have known Mr. Hall since he first arrived in town. The first night he worked as our town manager, my daughter, it was election night, my daughter was running ballots. It was the Obama election in 2012. So it was a huge election. We had a huge turnout. 2008. I can't remember my dates. My daughter's running ballots through the machine and the machine blew up. Literally started smoking and whatever else. And that was his first night on the job, and he had to deal with that.
Nothing to do with that.
I know you had nothing to do with that, but anyway, that's it. Thank you.
Any other, or Councillor Scyther?
Do you want to go? Okay. So I'll also make a counselor comment, and then I have some other housekeeping things. Just because the public commenter did call me out by name, which is never comfortable. But I'm a little disappointed that the room is empty now, but just so that it's been said and it's on the public record. I did offer to supply the resident with a legal opinion if one existed. One does not. We are all bound by executive session and confidentiality rules, which I take very seriously. But I just wanted everyone to know that the conversation with the resident ended with me saying that this is a confidential matter. And so I hope that everyone takes that as seriously as I do. Next, on a happier note, I want to celebrate some stuff. First of all, I also attended the SEDCO dinner last night, which was fantastic. It's really, really fun as a counselor to get to see some of the good work that we do as a council, really working for the business owners in this community. They are an amazing group of people. They give back to this community. They make us strong. They build each other up, and it's just such a positive event. So huge kudos to Karen Martin and her team, her executive team who puts that together, because it really is a great event. Next, another huge shout out to Jamie Fitch and her department for Sustainable Scarborough Day on Sunday. I unfortunately was out of town. I do know some members of council and school board went. I only heard amazing things all day long. People in my neighborhood went. They were talking about the bus stop this morning. And so huge kudos to her. And I'm so glad that that event in its first year was such a huge success. So thank you to them. Next, Eastern Trail Alliance is having an event tomorrow night that they are calling Bonfire and Brews. It's an auction event. And so if anyone is interested in attending that, it's at the American Legion from 6 to 8 p.m. tomorrow night. And I think that'll do it. I'm good.
Counselor Shoup?
Sure. So Appointments and Negotiations Committee is meeting next week. And I think as Jean Marie Carrier just brought up, we actually have 2 vacancies on the Ad hoc Community Center Committee. We're going to try to fill them with the applicants we have. I'm not sure. We're going to look at what we have, but that's what we're going to address next week. And then also I wanted to bring up that, well, tonight we were talking about that the planning department is getting ready to start doing the open space plan. And when the Conservation Commission presented to us back in April, we had said that we were going to create an ad hoc open space committee. And so now that the planning department is ready to start the open space plan, I actually had a chance to meet with Autumn, Angela, and Jamie yesterday. It was a very quick, random sort of meeting, actually not quick, but and we are putting together a charge for an ad hoc open space committee. And we've decided that what we think the committee should look like, the committee would actually be serving as a steering committee for the open space plan. So now that they're going to be starting it right now, we want to get an ad hoc committee charge. So this is the charge that I'm going to be presenting next week that the planning department is currently working on. So it would be more like a steering committee, which would work to provide input on the consultant choice and then guide the plan development, assist in soliciting the input from the community. So it's going to be more of like a steering committee. And so that next week, we're going to look at a charge for what that ad hoc would look like. And so I want to make sure that you guys are aware that that's coming down the line.
Great. Counselor Pucci, you're going to join that subcommittee?
Well, I have a conflict of interest.
Yeah.
No, I don't, maybe I'll skip ANC next week.
There you go.
Although we do have finance committee right before, which right now there's just one topic. We're gonna have the fire department, fire and EMS come. And we're gonna look at really what their staffing plan is, their facilities plan and different fees that they might have. So it'll be a great opportunity, I think, to learn more about the department. There's one other item that, I'm sorry I'm bringing this up now. Okay, I meant to during the town manager's report, but the option agreement had a financial commitment where we're going to start making payments. And I do not believe that we've identified where those funds are coming from. So I'm willing to cover that at finance as well, if appropriate. That's it. That's all I have. Oh, so I know it's way late. So I just wanted to say that, my experience working with the town manager is his integrity is extremely high. There's this nonsense about conflict of interest and whether things were said or not said is just all garbage. I feel like I was well apprised as chair of anything that may have been going on. And, as chair, you make decisions about what to report on, what to share. And there may be some things that I did not see the need to or did not do. And I own that. Has absolutely nothing to do with what was disclosed from the manager. That's me. Thank you.
All right. So a couple things I want to share. So Don, Karen, and I all attended, not by formal attendance, but we went to a Pine Point meeting where it looks like a group of Pine Point residents are trying to just organize a little bit better within the community to, come together on how they can focus on common issues and share those with the town or the council and partner. It was an interesting session. It's always interesting to try and see people trying to organize because it really was the question was, should we organize or not? That was what they were debating the whole time. And it was just interesting to see that play out. And it was interesting to hear some of the perspectives about how, even in Pine Point, it's a microcosm of the entire town where there's so much diversity in that little sector of the town. And, they're all trying to come together and find what's important to them, just as we try to come together as a body to figure out what's important to the community and how we need to act. So I encourage that type of you know, activation by residents when they choose to organize like that in a way that's productive to try and harness, you know, common beliefs to bring ideas to the town. So I think that was kind of cool to see. I also talked to former counselor Mike Wood, and I just wanted to share the feedback he shared with me because he was just saying he still watches our meetings from time to time, and he said he was very impressed watching this council, and he was talking to me about how impressed and sophisticated this council was in terms of how we deliberate, how prepared we are, the details, but also how respectful we are when there's disagreement. And so he just said well, he didn't say this exactly, but he pretty much said, you know, it would have been a totally different experience for him to be on this council than the ones he was on in the past. And so again, he said just to share that kudos from his observation for everybody's hard work and preparation. And then the last thing I just want to add for Tom, you know, I've had, you know, the pleasure this past year serving as chair with this body, and doing that means I get to spend a lot of time with Tom, a lot of time that I hadn't spent the 2 years prior. And, you know, I would say, you know, Tom has more integrity and cares more about this community than anybody I've met. And so I have no concerns about anything that you do, Tom. I think you're excellent for this community. You're excellent as a guide to the council. I think what we need to do, I think honestly that there is a underlying issue with trust in the community right now still. And I think that's something that I think we as a body need to figure out, or the next bodies need to figure out when there's lack of trust, how do we work through that? You know, I've talked to a lot of people lately, especially with the school project, where there's a lot of concern. And when I listen to them and I try and understand like what's driving their concern, a lot of it, in my opinion, is, you know, an opportunity for educating a little bit better, because the decisions we make are complex and there's often conflicts between choices. I was talking to somebody who was talking about how growth, investments, and affordability are all interconnected and they all work well together. In some ways, in order to achieve one, you're going to have to do something that may be perceived as negative to the other. And so I think we're all trying our best to balance all of those things in the decisions we make and ultimately make the best decision we can for what we think is in the best interest of the community. But it's hard. And, you know, there's progress that's being made, I think, in the goals that Tom shared tonight, that's showing we're trying to make the right improvements. But even those improvements are going to take time before they actually come together. And I don't think any of this would be possible without somebody like Tom, who's dedicated and working hard, and his staff as well, who's just amazing. And, you know, all the leadership that Tom has brought in, I think, is a testament to his leadership and ability to identify strong, hardworking, you know, highly, I don't know what the adjective is for integrity, highly integritous, integritous staff. So staff with high integrity. So thank you, Tom, for everything you do. All right. And with that, can I get a motion for adjournment?
So moved.
Second.
All those in favor? All right. Thanks, everyone.